Yo, what's up, chat? Hello, hello. Die happy music. Hello, everybody. What up, Large Horchata? What up, Aaron Schwartz? What's good, everybody? Welcome back. We are back. Game Gang, what's going on? Acid Burns, Chateau Lobby, Crocketeers. Hello, hello, everyone. What's going on? I see you all. I see you. Zingius. What up, Robin? Happy Trans Day of Visibility, everybody. For the trans people who want to be visible and for those who are struggling with their visibility in this current moment that we're in, we love you and we appreciate you. And you're welcome here, always. You'll always be welcome here. I will fight for it, always. I really appreciate you all. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, we got a little bit of trans visibility content tonight. Funny gaming sesh last night. Oh my god, it was so fun. It was so fun. One, if you hung out for the gaming stream, we actually had quite a lot of people hanging out. I really appreciated that. It was super fun. I had such a good time. We stayed up late as fuck too, dude. I love when Rhizome gets to play. Yeah, Rhizome is hilarious. Rhizome's laugh is so fucking funny. Ooh, also, we are going to have Rhizome on the stream later tonight. Because I am doing a new concept, okay? Today, yes, we're going to have Rhizome on today. Important ideas and new concepts, okay? So listen. Hassan is he's picking fights with Elon on Twitter, and he's interviewing estranged children, and I can see the future. Okay, I looked into my crystal ball, and I realized that I think maybe being a leftist on this platform, the days might be numbered. So I need to diversify. Okay, I need to diversify my output here. We got this new setup. We're looking nice. I think we're ready for Rumble. Okay, we're gonna be dual streaming on Rumble starting on Wednesday. Starting on Wednesday, we're gonna be dual streaming on Rumble. And so we are going to interview Rhizome tonight so we can know what to expect and how maybe should I switch up the content, you know what I mean? Like what kind of lessons can I learn from Rhizome? If you guys don't know, Rhizome is the expert. He's the Rumble guy. He's inundated with the brain rot of Rumble. What is Rumble? Ooh, good question. Okay, so Rumble is a right-wing live streaming and video posting platform. You know, basically, if you make it on Rumble, you're in the White House. So, like Dan Bongino was a big Rumble streamer. Now, Deputy Director of the FBI. I mean, come on. It's the freedom platform. I thought it was like Grindr for years. Hey, listen, I've never been on it, so we'll figure it out. I mean, mostly I'm just doing this for a YouTube video. I just think it would make a good YouTube video. I streamed on Rumble for a week. You know, and so this is the first part of the music video or of the YouTube video is us interviewing Rhizome. You know what I mean? And then the next week we see how it works. We see what the Rumble chat is cooking on my analysis. Surprised Aiden Ross didn't get a White House job. Trump probably figured out he's stupid as fuck. Yeah, that or they figured out he was Jewish. I think maybe they figured out he was Jewish and they were like, "Oh, okay, well, you know, we have no more DEI spots open right now." Yeah, Aiden Ross is unbanned on Twitch. Um, not very surprising in my opinion. I mean, Asmonmold is like more controversial and says worse shit than Aiden ever did. Aiden is like dumb as fuck and allowed racism to happen near him like very consistently. But I don't really remember like specific instances of Aiden like actively, you know, championing like fascism like Asmongold does. The bad bit is unfortunately his community will come back. They never left. They never left though, actually. And also like people, I don't know. People pop off on his stream because it's allowed. So I think like with a good moderation team, the chat thing can be taken care of. Porn on his stream, yeah. He played porn on his stream on that's why he got kicked off Twitch. I don't even think that's true. I don't think that's what got him kicked off Twitch. I think he did that after. On Kick, I think he did that. That was like during the Wild West. If you can imagine, Kick was even more of a Wild West for a period than it is now. So, what up, Steady Up? Thanks for the sub, Burgles. Yeah, Burgles dropped a hundo stack last night. God damn. Thank you, Burgles. W Burgles. Yeah, anyway. Trans people fucking rule. Am I right? I mean, I couldn't be wrong. Here, hold on. Let's fix this and then let's listen to Judith Butler dropping some knowledge on how anti-trans rhetoric is being used to welcome in fascism right now. So I like this. I like Judith Butler, actually, quite a lot. I don't know if everybody... Are there hot takes on Judith Butler, or we kind of all view her as like a formative person in gender theory? Right? Judith Butler rules, right? I guess some people always have. Everybody's going to hate them. Everybody's got haters, you know? Oop. Again, I keep thinking, you guys want to hear?
So women are not saved by getting rid of gender. First of all, they are a gender, and they're the ones who came up as feminists with gendered frameworks for social analyses of violence. This is a ruse to augment state power and to justify radical censorship and silencing. Most of these allegations that are made by the Trump administration are also confessions of what they themselves are doing in the very act, right? So it's an extremist act to...
Many Marxists hate Butler because too postmodern, not class-based enough. Yeah, this is a really stupid analysis, and this is like class reductionism, that everything has to be about class at all times. Also, like gender analysis is about class. Like I feel like so many people who are class reductionists is like, your inability to connect these things to class is not my problem. Do you know what I mean? Like this analysis can exist. It can exist, and like, yeah, I think Judith Butler's work has a lot to do with class. That doesn't mean that it's like a counter to any other kind of analysis. Like, and these things all intersect with each other, you know, in very specific ways.
Ban, I mean, not just a version of gender studies, all gender, the word itself. People are starting to take it out of their institutional policies with enormous consequences for women, for feminism, for gay and lesbian and trans people. I mean, if you take gender out of gender-based violence, as Erdogan finally decided he wanted to do, which is why he withdrew from the Istanbul Convention, you're not able to name the systemic ways that men actually violate women or give themselves and each other permission to enact violence. So women are not saved by getting rid of gender. First of all, they are a gender, and they're the ones who came up as feminists with gendered frameworks for social analyses of violence. This is a ruse to augment state power and to justify radical censorship and silencing.
Hell yeah, Judith. Hell yeah, Judith.
I
Everything
love
is
that.
performative. Okay, we're going from very male feminist of me, going from that video to Mikey Madsen in the Criterion Collection.
Listen, I'm so happy to be
We love Mikey Madsen. We love Honora. What? What of it?
here in the closet. This was something I wanted to do for a long time and have watched these YouTube videos religiously. So I guess I'll just start looking. Oh, okay. Down here, 5 Easy Pieces. Such a classic. And I really think it's my
Never seen it.
favorite Nicholson performance. There's just something about how he approaches this character. Such a
I feel like they're faking. Do you ever feel like when you watch these and you're like, have you seen that movie? You're faking it.
morally gray character, yet you're rooting for him. And I feel like those are often characters that I am drawn to as an actor. You know, nobody is just like good or bad. It's that sort of weird space in between that's really interesting to me. And then, you know, Dennis Hopper, Easy Rider.
Ooh, I have seen this one.
I have this, an art book of all the photos that Dennis Hopper took while making this film. And it is so beautiful.
Yeah, this film is like honestly a great vibe. I don't think I could describe the plot to you with a gun to my head. But I've seen it a few times and it's a good vibe every time. The soundtrack is amazing. Really good, like, yeah, really good shots. I just remember it being like an awesome road trip movie. Motorcycle down America, like, but like the land America. Really good.
I have it on my coffee table and it inspires me to want to try to take more photos while I'm making movies to, you know, capture something special. Oh, okay, Takeout. I mean, this is obviously one of Sean Baker's first films, and as I was getting to know him, he sent me a link to it before it was on Criterion, and it's fun to see sort of his one of his first interpretations of New York City, so I'm definitely gonna take this one. The Piano Teacher, the Isabelle Huppert. Man.
Who is this? This is Mikey Madsen. The best actor, or I guess it's like best actress winner from last year for Honora, main character in Honora. She is incredible in the movie.
And it has to be not just in my eyes, but
Your New Crush, also known as Your New Crush. Nicholas's sandwich order in 5 Easy Pieces is so iconic. One of the things I think about all the time, even though I've only seen the movie once, like 20 years ago. What's the order?
worldwide, like one of the most incredible performances by an actress in like the history of cinema. She is so intense and vulnerable, and this scene where she like stabs herself in the shoulder with the piece of glass, I think it is, there's a sound that comes out of her throat. It's so like guttural. I remember watching this and I was like, I have to just like go back and see this one more time because I kind of can't believe that I just saw this performance. It's like, and you imagine like
yeah, this is Mikey Madsen.
With another actress, what would they have brought to the character? But you can only picture Isabelle Huppert in this role. I was attracted to the pink spine, but Gilda, this is a classic film that I haven't seen, but I've seen so many photographs of, and I mean, Rita Hayworth, obviously one of the most iconic, sexy, talented actresses of that time, and yeah, I mean, I need to see this. It's kind of unbelievable that I haven't yet. Okay. Oh, Eyes Without. Okay,
I've been told to watch this movie like 5 or 6 times. Eyes Without a Face.
Attracted to the pink spine. But Eyes Without a Face, I haven't seen this film in forever, but I think it has one of the most beautiful artistic movie posters of all time. Amazing. I need to one
What
day
up,
do a
VCC?
Halloween costume that is dedicated to this. Okay, the kid, Charlie Chaplin. You fall in love with this little boy, and he gives such a beautiful performance, obviously without speaking. And the chemistry that they have together is amazing, really. And I think if I remember correctly, yeah, Jackie Coogan. A little bit sad, but that's why the Coogan account was created, which is I had when I was a teenager doing a TV show. But I guess essentially his parents, because he was underage, had taken his earnings from all of the films he did as a child actor, and he was left with essentially nothing. And so the Coogan account is put in place for young performers to have their money put into a separate account that your parents can't touch. I mean, it's due in part to his story, so. I want to find a title.
That's crazy. Listen, it's my fucking kid, okay? I get to say whether or not he does the movie. That's my money, okay? What do you mean? If I have a kid, I'm putting that kid on 5 movie sets a day. Okay, he can sleep when he's old. That's my child slave. Exactly. Exactly. What do you think? These genetics are free? Get out there and work for them.
That I haven't seen before, and I'm looking through, and there's so many movies that are foreign to me. And someone suggested closing my eyes and just like picking something, so I'll do that. Heaven's Gate. Okay. Wyoming Federal Marshal.
Damn it, now I have to give a foreword about your child labor takes before recommending you to friends. Listen. There's nuance to this, okay? I don't think other people should treat their kids like this. I just want to treat my kid like this. Okay? Does that clear it up? And I have no kids.
And Isabelle Huppert and Christopher Walken's in this. Okay. I think I'm gonna like this. I love Westerns.
Slaves for me, but not for thee. Okay, I'm stopping this. She's such a nerd, dude. Yeah, she's a nerd and a babe and mother. Mommy. Sorry. Anyway, other news. 2 NYPD rookies accused of stealing money and groping women while on duty, Queens DA says. 2 rookie NYPD officers were arrested for stealing from 2 women and groping one of them while in uniform in Jackson Heights, according to police and prosecutors. Justin Colon, 24, and Justin McMillan, 25. Dude, the Justins, bro. Were each indicted by a Queens grand jury on 3 counts of theft and 1 count of forcible touching, District Attorney Melinda Katz said. They're accused of using their authority to break into a building, steal money, and touch a woman while on duty, with their body-worn cameras intentionally turned off so that their misdeeds would not be recorded. ACAB every time. This is shocking that these people are even being held account for it. I think it's probably the breaking into the building and stealing the money that is what is going to really land them here, because, of course, sexual harassment, sexual assault is far too common in American police. And then we'll get into the rest of our... What should we do here? Yeah, we'll get into the rest of our stuff because we got a full night of politics here to talk about. And we're going to start off with the attack on civil rights by the Trump administration, starting with Attorney General Pam Bondi, also known as that blonde woman with the psycho blonde rich lady from the movie we watched this weekend. But if you don't get that, then ignore it. Is seeking a 20-year prison sentence for a 24-year-old Colorado man accused of vandalizing a Tesla dealership.
I've made it clear, if you take part in the wave of domestic terrorism against Tesla properties, we will find you, arrest you, and put you behind bars. Today, I'm proud to announce.
They still haven't found that guy in Kansas City. They did find. It looked like they did find Vegas, but I haven't seen any news about the Kansas City one. Which, man, sure hope they find that guy. Who knows what he could do next?
That the Department of Justice has unsealed federal charges against another Tesla attacker. We've charged Cooper Frederick in the firebombing.
Yeah, crazy how they put more effort into investigating Tesla haters than pedophiles. I mean, yeah, I think this was like, I wish I had said it more like during when this was happening. But in Kansas City, like they were showing on the news all this thing where it's like 12 FBI agents, 5 ATF agents, and then like 3 police departments are all doing investigations of the Tesla Cybertruck, like fire, like, you know, in Kansas City. And it's like, you know what, dude? Like, if you got murdered, do you think that they would be doing all that to find the killer? You know, it's so clear. Like, we are talking about a bunch of metal and lithium and plastic. Like, what? Why do we need so many? Like, why is this such a pressing issue for the federal government to be investigating? Like, people are dying out there every day. You know, women are assaulted every day. And you guys don't really put all that effort into it. Like, it's so on its face. Just like, fuck you.
Of a Tesla dealership that occurred on March 7th in Loveland, Colorado. All of these cases are a serious threat to public safety. Therefore,
did my volume go down?
There will be no negotiating. We are seeking 20 years in prison. The crime was committed in Colorado, and thanks to the great investigative work by the FBI, the defendant was arrested in Plano, Texas. Let this be a warning. You can run, but you cannot hide. Justice is coming.
Wait, that's crazy. He came from Texas to Colorado. 20 years for farting on a Tesla. I can't show it on stream, but there is a surveillance video from a Tesla of a guy like walking up and like rubbing his bare ass on the Tesla. And I just want to say I thought that was really funny. It's like a gross thing to do. Obviously. Like, you're really weird. If you do that, you're very, very weird. But I did find that video very, very funny. I don't know. I've seen the butt Cybertruck video. That man's thick. Yeah. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, we are talking about the same one. That's right. Yep. Gonna need a tetanus shot after that. Truly, at the very least. That's how you get hemorrhoids, man. Yeah.
You violated the rules. You are not entitled to due process. You
1, 2. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, we're back, but I think is my XLR going out or something? How's the quality sound? I have a backup. Anyway, I was saying this Indiana congresswoman at a like town hall meeting, you know, said, you violated the law, you don't get due process. Sounds good, but image went a bit grainy. That's probably on your end. You probably need better internet. Yeah, that's not me. Look, my shit's fucking fresh, dude. What, are you kidding me? Oh. It's looking good over here, dude. Don't worry. I mean, this is fascism. My neighbor said, love the new setup. Thank you, neighbor. This is fascism, bro. They can, so I can just say someone violated the law and they don't deserve due process. No, exactly. It's an accusation. An accusation can get you shipped to Bukele's concentration camps. Like, it's just vibes. You can just get sent to the death camp for being accused of something. No proof. Like, I don't know what to say, man. If this doesn't, like, if you don't see the writing on the walls here, man, I'm really worried. And it's just like, I feel like we haven't learned anything. This is a failure of education, and this is a failure of history, and we have to protect each other. We have to protect each other. You know? Okay, it's definitely pixelating / choppy. Chat, I don't know what to tell you. I'm at 9,000, like, my bitrate is at 9K. My bitrate is at 9. It's consistent 9K. Yeah, and I mean, the fact that you, like, honestly, this should be disqualifying for anybody in public service. This shows such a, like, a dramatic and, like, ridiculous, you know, like, misunderstanding of how our justice system works. It's like, it's incredibly anti-American. Like, it's hard to say that because America is a piece of shit country that has always, like, trampled on people's rights. You know? But yeah, I mean, this shit is just really, it's gross, man. And it's this is what it looks like. This is what fascism looks like. Nobody will, like, just, like, look it in the face and come to terms with it. People are gonna stay with their head buried in the sand the entire time, forever and ever. Like, some people will never wake up, but there are others who are waking up and who are horrified by this, and they're fighting back. And you should join them. You should find them and join them. That's what we always say. Okay. This is at a Tesla protest in Columbus, Ohio. And this dork. This is what I always say is, like, I don't flip off Tesla Cybertruck drivers if I see them driving or anything. Not because I don't hate them, because I do, but because this is what they want, dude. This is so what they want. Like, they love to be hated. Bro, homie drove through a Tesla protest in the Cybertruck with the MAGA hat. He is getting off on this. Don't give them the satisfaction.
You have my fucking car! You touch that shit again, I will break your fucking fingers! Okay, come on, bring it on! Bring it on! You're fucking Nazi! Fuck you, Nazi! Go fuck yourself! I love you! You are a shame!
Yo, Chuck Dies with 25. Thank you so much, Chuck.
Chuck D's gifted 20.
Chuck, I appreciate that so much. You're doing an amazing service for everyone in the community. Also, Chuck, can I just give you a shout out in particular that I really do appreciate how often I see you in other smaller, you know what I mean? Smaller streams, like loving on the smaller streamers. That is really beautiful. And, you know, for a lot of those smaller streamers, it's a big difference. I'm still a pretty small streamer, and it's been a huge difference for me. So I can only imagine what it's like for people who are, you know, not in the space that I am. So no, I really appreciate that. Thank you for the 25. Thank you for the continued support, and thank you for loving on the whole community. I really do appreciate that, you know. I really do. Those guys, everybody, all of them deserve love. The guys, the girls, the envies, the burbs, the, you know, VTubers, all of them.
Shame! If you only saw it.
I feel very, very sorry for you. You're just a little man.
I don't understand why streamers watch outrage content. What do you mean? What is outrage content? Like, I think most coverage of Gaza and Palestine is outrage. Like, that gives me fucking outrage and puts me in a bad mood and angry, you know. Like Jubilee. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I typically don't like fucking with Jubilee either. I feel you.
You know what? Good for you. Just about. I'm sorry.
We need you out of the road, please.
You're a fucking traitor to the United States, you fuckface!
Falling apart! Your truck's falling apart!
Fucking traitor!
Your truck's falling
Elon Musk has got to go!
Ohio. We all are stuck in Ohio.
Get this fucking asshole out of here!
Dude, like this is like genuine anger. I'm sorry, but like if you don't see this as like, I don't know. I wish more leftist orgs like PSL and DSA and maybe some are, but I think we should be organizing at these kind of protests. We should be engaging with these people, bringing them to meetings on, outside of the scheduled time of the protest, and like getting them active and engaged. I'm so serious. I think these people can be radicalized, and now is a radicalizing time, baby. Like, you know what I mean? It has never been easier to make the argument for socialism than it is right now. And that it is to these people who are out here protesting against the world's richest man. You know what I mean? We used to, I feel like people need to pay more attention to these protests, man. I'm serious. I kind of want to go out and do an IRL stream or something at them. They happen every Saturday. I might do that. I might check them out. Also, really sad news coming out of Gaza. Continuing. This is from yesterday or 2 or 3 days ago. The families of 14 civil defense and Red Crescent personnel executed by the Israeli army are waiting at Nasser, a hospital in Khan Yunis, southern Gaza, for their bodies to arrive. The victims were carrying out a humanitarian mission coordinated with the Israeli side when they were killed, and their bodies were later buried under the sand to cover up the crime. So Israel is continuing to target and kill humanitarian workers, people who are just there to administer aid. And then also we had this new article from Haaretz. I can't read, unfortunately. Can you do archive on Haaretz articles? So it's like we have this opinion piece from Haaretz. In Gaza, almost every IDF platoon keeps a human shield, a sub-army of Palestinian slaves. Innocent Palestinians are regularly forced by soldiers to enter houses in Gaza to make sure there are no terrorists or explosives. So why is the IDF's military police criminal investigation division opening only 6 investigations into the use of human shields? By an anonymous source and under opinion. In Gaza, human shields are used by Israeli soldiers at least 6 times a day. I served in Gaza for 9 months and first came across these procedures called Mosquito Protocol in December 2023. It was only 2 months into the ground offensive, long before there was a shortage of dogs from the IDF K9 unit, Okets, who were used for this purpose. This became the insane unofficial excuse for this insane unofficial procedure. I didn't realize then how ubiquitous using human shields, who we refer to as shawish, would become. Today, almost every platoon keeps a shawish, and no infantry force enters a house before a shawish clears it. This means there are 4 shawishes in a company, 12 in a battalion, and at least 36 in a brigade. We operate a sub-army of slaves. I mean, this is also like, it's gross that I think it is a whistleblower. I don't have any reason to think this is untrue. It's obviously like, negative for Israel for Haaretz to post this. But it's also like a good journalist might just, take a source, take this information from a source, and then write an article about this revelation. You know what I mean? Like publishing it as an opinion piece under an anonymous source where you don't have anybody's name on it, like to like defend it, or to like verify it. Like it serves to lessen the blow of this information, and also just kind of demonstrates the lack of bravery inside of Haaretz. Where it's like, no, it's actually your job as journalists not to just publish information under an opinion headline, but to verify that it's true and to get other sources, and that you don't have to reveal the source of your information in your report, in order to do that. Like, you can independently verify this stuff. It shouldn't be hard. If it's this ubiquitous, it shouldn't be hard. The procedure is simple. Innocent Palestinians are forced to enter houses in Gaza and clear them to make sure there are no terrorists or explosives. I recently saw that the IDF's Military Police Criminal Investigation Division opened 6 investigations into the use of Palestinian civilians as human shields, and my jaw dropped. I've seen cover-ups before, but this is a new low. If the MPCID wanted to do its job seriously, it would have to open far more than even 1,000 investigations. But all the MPCID wants is for us to be able to tell ourselves and the world that we're investigating ourselves. So they found 6 scapegoats and are pinning it all on them. I was present at a meeting where one of the brigade commanders presented the mosquito concept to the division commander as a necessary operational achievement to accomplish the mission. It was so normalized that I thought I was hallucinating. As early as August of 2024, when this story broke in Haaretz and in testimonies collected by Breaking the Silence, a senior source said that both the outgoing IDF chief of staff and the outgoing head of the Southern Command knew about the procedure. I don't know which is worse, that they don't know what's going on in the army they command, or that they do know and continue regardless. It's been more than 7 months since that story was published, and soldiers have continued detaining Palestinians and forcing them to go into houses and tunnels ahead of them. While the Chief of Staff and the head of Southern Command continued to say and do nothing about it, the protocol became even more widespread and normalized. The highest-ranking personnel on the ground have known about the use of human shields for more than a year, and no one has tried to stop it. On the contrary, it was defined an operational necessity. It's important to note that we can enter houses without using human shields. We did it for months, according to a proper entry procedure, which included sending in a robot, a drone, or a dog. This procedure proved itself, but it took time, and the command wanted achievements here and now. In other words, we forced Palestinians to act as human shields, not because it was safer for IDF troops, but because it was faster. And that's why we risked our lives. That's why we risked the lives of Palestinians who were suspected of nothing other than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It didn't go through without pushback. Soldiers and officers resisted. I resisted. But that's what happens when the senior command doesn't care and the politicians even less. That's what happens when you're quick on the trigger and operationally burned out to the max. That's what happens when you're in an unending war that fails to bring the hostages back alive month after month. You lose moral judgment. Okay, dude. Whatever makes you sleep at night, brother. I think it's a little deeper than that. A friend who's an officer in the army told me about an incident they experienced. They encountered a terrorist in a house that had already been cleared by a shawish. The shawish was an elderly man, and when he realized he messed up, he was so scared he soiled himself. I don't know what became of him. I was afraid to ask. This one case shows that the justifications they gave us that the procedures for security purposes weren't true. These people aren't professional combatants. They don't know how to scan a house. The soldiers don't trust them anyway because they're not there of their own free will. Sometimes the shawishes are sent to houses just to set those houses on fire or blow them up. It has nothing to do with security. I shudder to think what this does to the psyche of anyone who has to go into a house, terrified, in place of armed soldiers. I also shudder to think about what this does to us Israelis. Does every mother who sends her son off to fight understand that he might find himself grabbing a Palestinian his father's age or his younger brother's age and violently forcing him to run in front of him unarmed into a potential booby-trapped house or tunnel? Not only have we failed to protect our troops, we've corrupted their souls, and there's no way to know what this will do to us as a society when they come home from war. That's why the NPCID investigation is so infuriating. First, I feel bad for the invaders. Yeah, of course. This is written. I mean, he's not wrong. Like, you are corrupting your souls, and like this will blow back in a very real way. Like, you know, these people are going to come back and commit suicide or commit violence against their own people. Like, you know, it's not wrong, but it's like you're focusing. You mentioned the trauma of the person that you're using as a human shield once, and the rest of the fucking write-up has been about this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, get over yourself, you know? That's why the NPCID investigation is so infuriating. First, the soldiers are made to use Palestinians as human shields, and then the officers use lower-ranking soldiers as their own human shields, all while we're desperately trying to get back the hostages that are being held in part to serve as human shields for Hamas. Oh my god. It was obvious that it was only a matter of time before the story blew up, but it's too big for the NPCID to handle. Only an independent state commission of inquiry could get to the bottom of this. Until then, we have every reason to worry about international courts in The Hague, because this procedure is a crime even the army now admits. It happens daily, and it's much more common than the public is being told. Yeah, honestly, dude, The Hague would be a good fate for you. I think The Hague is coming. If there's any God in the world, there will be justice. But maybe God exists and he's evil. I think that's where I'm landing nowadays in my spirituality. God exists. And I can't remember. I'm sorry. Fuck, my bad. My bad, dude. All right, let's do it. Let's do it, Rise.
Sorry.
Hey.
Oh.
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Uh-oh. Okay, you should be good now.
Hello. Are you not good?
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. How's it going, man? Here, set your shit up, and then we'll get started. Hello, chat. Hi, chat.
We have Rhizome here on the stream for a very important reason, okay? So I had this, like, I don't know, a silly idea where I wanted to diversify my platform, you know what I mean? Hassan is going to fuck it up for all of us, and he's going to get Elon mad. This is my vision of what's going to happen in the future, right? Hassan fucks it up for all of us. Elon gets really mad. The left just gets banned off the platform. I need a backup, okay? And so my idea is I'm going to try Rumble. That's where the politics happens on here, right? And for anybody who doesn't know...
No, that's where the common sense happens.
Oh, okay, good. Well, I do have a lot of common sense. That's a good distinction to make. Okay, but for anybody who doesn't know, Rhizome is an incredible streamer, and Rhizome's content is really interesting because you really lean into the brain rot. You try to find the worst, most like annoying conservative content that you can find, and
so I have
you lean into it.
That's part of it. So it's not just let's find the most detestable people. Basically, it comes from my morbid curiosity to look into how people start to have just incredibly dehumanizing ideologies in the first place. Like, how do people lose their sense of empathy and lose the ability to just have a little bit of perspective on what another human is going through to the point that they become reactionaries, right? That's my original interest. And it's also affecting everyone's family. Like every single person in the audience, you know, somebody who operates off of reactionary propaganda, right? So creating a space to have a conversation where we can just look into how the mind rot is spreading through our society was the conceit. And just to like not lose brain cells like on my own and feel miserable at the end of the day and feel alone at the end of the day. I like to do it with other people, especially other leftists who feel similar. They just want a space for that. They want to have that conversation. They want to just scream into the void a little bit about like how these people are just ruining shit. We can't just get nice things. There's no incentive to do humanizing shit in our timeline, and this is why.
Yeah. So I guess here's my question. What should I expect on Rumble? What makes Twitch different than Rumble? Like, what are the distinctions? What are the differences?
Okay, so first, Rumble. So for anyone who doesn't know, Rumble is basically right-wing YouTube. It was started, I'm pretty sure, with Peter Thiel money, as everything when it comes to the propagandistic right is, and it was reacting. It was their reaction to YouTube starting to crack down on COVID misinformation or starting to crack down on election misinformation around the time of 2020. YouTube started to put underneath all the videos like warnings about information that you might be hearing in the video and censoring, or not, they quote unquote censoring videos, like, you know, demonetizing them, right? So they had this like talking point of, we're being censored, our free speech is being limited. We need a space for patriots, for patriotic speech, Nazi speech. We need a place for patriotic speech. That became Rumble. And it started off and it was just, you know, a bunch of fringe conspiracy theorists, and it still is, but now there's a lot more astroturfing as people are recognizing in the right that there's money to be made and there's power to be grabbed by using the influence of new media. So that's a little bit about Rumble. So, I mean, what are you hoping to get out of this for yourself, do you think?
Well, I mean, I'm really just trying to diversify, you know? I'm trying to find like what if Twitch ditches us, if we all get banned on Twitch, then what, Ryzone? What do we do?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can. So I wrote down a few things that you can expect from Rumble. Like, are you gonna try to like, you want to like go viral on Rumble? You want to like get traction on Rumble? Like, you want to be like pulling in like some reactionaries without them realizing it? You know, like that is a possibility.
Yeah, so I guess that's like a good question, because like, do I need to change? I would rather not change my content. I would rather like just do the content that I'm comfortable doing and just like dual stream. You know what I mean? Because I do have Twitch while it's here. I want to continue to use Twitch, but you know, like I think I just got to start somewhere, right?
Well, so here's the problem. If you switch over to doing your content on Rumble, you're just going to get a bunch of slurs in your chat all day long. So that'll be the nature of the chat on your side. People will just come in and try to say the most vile shit. They'll be calling you R-worded all day long. They're just going to be saying the N-word. They're just going to be like, anytime you try to advocate for trans people, they're just going to say the T-slur. So like, you have to definitely, in my opinion, shape your messaging if you actually want them to listen to you, as opposed to just like, you know, calling you gay, which they'll just do immediately.
Okay. And are there any like moderation tools or anything on there? Like, how do I? Is there any way to like curate that or?
Yeah, but I don't know how extensive it is. It's not like I've streamed on Rumble.
Right.
You know, I just know that typically whenever I'm going into a Rumble live stream, I'm going to see two things. I'm going to see a slur and I'm going to see a member of the McGroin Nation. Those are like the two guarantees.
The what nation?
The McGroin Nation.
McGroin?
Yeah, so you know how we have a culture on Twitch of people creating bait names for usernames, like, you know, just like Poopy Butthole or something, so that like whenever you follow like a channel, the streamer will have to go, thanks for the follow, Poopy Butthole. They have their own version of this because they're Gen X boomers called McGroin Nation, and they just make names like Saggin McGroin, Rubbin McGroin. I got a video for you. Hold on, let me find.
Wait, that's such a dumb internet joke. We've moved past this. Like,
Here, check our
also,
DMs
you guys will
here.
say slurs, but McGroin.
Yeah, no, they never
Hi,
curse.
most
Share
of
that
you
with
know
chat
me as
right
Anita
there.
McGroin. I'm here to welcome you to McGroin Nation.
Welcome. Wait, they're welcoming.
You may be asking yourself, just who are the McGroins? The McGroins started in Rumble Chat.
Hey, this guy's in the White House now.
Yep, you might
Dan
too
Bongino.
ascend to power one day if you play your cards right on Rumble.
That's what I'm thinking. It feels like we could go so high on this, you know?
Bongino show with our founder, Holden McGroin. Since then,
Holden
we've expanded to
McGroin.
a large group of patriots that adopted the McGroin surname. We believe in your constitutional rights and media that tells the truth. Do you feel the same? Then subscribe to the new McGroin Nation channel, only on Rumble.
Okay, wait, this is some good.
Yeah.
This is actually good insight. I mean, I really. Okay, the McGroin.
Yeah, so I know you will find some McGroin members in the chat. Basically, they're all racist, they're all transphobic, they're all misogynistic, but they're just like your dads. That's what you got. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's who you're appealing to. You got to be your dad.
Yeah.
And you
Should
already
I
got
even-
a dad thing going on, so I feel like you could like pull into it. Just be like the maximum dad. Get a bunch of hats. You know
Okay.
what I mean? Make sure you're always wearing hats.
A bunch of hats.
Wear
okay.
sunglasses sometimes. Pull them off when you need
Oakleys.
to. You know? Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I do. You're scaring me a little bit.
I can tell you if you want me. There's two directions we can take this. I can either help you to understand how you can RP to appeal to them, or
Okay.
I can tell you what to expect if you just take your stream and start restreaming it to Rumble like today. You know what I mean? And we could do both. I can explain both to you as well.
I think. Yeah, maybe I should do both. Maybe I should do a stream where I just give them the raw me, and then maybe I do another stream where I kind of code it more and like plan it and still do some like leftist politics, but like, you know, with a little bit of sugar for them, you know?
Yeah, you got to prepare your audience who's in here now, all of the humanizing, lovely people who empathize with other people, that like it will be a rage bait stream. Like if you're doing like your content, normal content, advocating for like good shit in the world content, like you will be getting some shit in your chat. You know what I mean? Like you will be reacting to, like, I don't even know if you want to call them gray names at that point. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
names
it's
from the
McGroin.
abyss.
McGroin.
Yeah, the McGroins.
Yeah. Okay, yeah,
like if you,
I
because
think that's-
you love to advocate for you know, taking action and people doing some kind of like actual IRL on the ground advocacy, they're going to just call that terrorism, you know.
Or worse, they'll take my advice and go do a terrorism. Like, yeah.
If you can radicalize them that hard, if you can radicalize them that hard, you've got something on your hands, because we need that antidote.
They start to understand the threat that we actually pose on the left here, you know, and then they got to go do
But
something about it.
there is a way to message to them that they'll be like, all right, I hear you a little bit, without realizing what you're saying.
Yeah,
because
so
they think very specific things are politics. And if you frame conversations in a very specific way, it's not politics anymore. It's just, oh, you're having a conversation.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Okay, so what if I like, I feel like conversations around like the First Amendment are very interesting right now, and like talking about like constitutional rights. Maybe I could plan a stream with like just like talking about Mahmoud and talking about the tearing up of the Constitution that's happening right now. Because they love the Constitution, right? Like
they do. They get motivated by what they think is the truth. And what they think is the truth is whatever comports to their bias. So their bias is towards American exceptionalism, rugged individualism, meritocratic thinking, right? So if you can appeal to that, then, and, you know, make it sound just like you're talking about the truth, right? Then they're going to accept that, yeah, Mahmoud Khalil is in a fucked up situation. Another aspect of that is negativity for them is the truth. If you're being a dick, then you're speaking the truth. But if you're being nice, then you're weak. You're just a pussy at that point. So like if you're like if you're trying to motivate people because there's goodness in their heart, that's not how they work. You have to motivate the hatred in their heart. So it's like, you hate this too. I hate this too, right? We hate people being apathetic and not giving a fuck about shit. You can't talk about the praises of empathy. You have to talk about the bad side of apathy, essentially.
So I feel like you're telling me they're going to read me as a soft boy, like, instantly.
Correct.
Fuck. Okay.
But you got to play up the dad, the Gen X dad. Talk about like your love for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or like Ghostbusters. Like they have like, so they fetishize old content, like old media, like they're old white boys, right? So like anything past 2010, that's fake and gay. Anything before 1990s and like back to the civil rights era, that's the classics, right? Especially if white people all know it. Like that's the classics. Anything pre-civil rights era, that's the height of culture and what we like aspire to.
Yeah. Okay, you've given me a lot to think about, Rizom. Thank you.
Yeah. One thing that's going to break your brain going into this, the concept of empathy and selflessness to them is viewed as suicidal, where selfishness and apathy is survival. The ones who, you know, can be the most individualistic will survive. The ones who give in and help other people are going to kill themselves by giving out too much. Right. So you have to like re-schematize these concepts in your brain. Yeah. Like that's how they like view them. If you talk about, you know, any kind of empathy or caring about people's struggle at all, they'll think you're giving in. Like it's seen as like you're giving up as opposed to you're, you know, listening and accommodating, right? Yeah. But if you're holding firm, then you're seen as like, you know, just like maintaining your, like that is good to maintain your position in your ground.
Okay. I feel like there's a lot. Did you ever see that like study that was going around? It was on Twitter a bunch where people were talking about like the difference between liberals and conservatives, and there were like concentric circles that went out, and each circle represented like a group that is like one like further removed from you. So like the beginning would be like your immediate family, like people you live with. The next one would be like extended family, grandparents, and then it's like where do you empathize on this? Going all the way out to like all the way out to like every human being, every animal, like every living creature, including bugs and stuff, and every plant and stuff. And yeah, I think what you were describing there, where people were like, you know, people view that kind of empathy, extending empathy to somebody larger than you that's not in your immediate social circle, like that is actually like they view that as like a threat to their existence.
Literally.
Like genuinely,
dude, one of the
like,
funniest.
You think these people over here, like you have empathy for them? They want to kill you because you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Like you've like in somehow like in helping them, you've murdered yourself because it's gonna turn on you someday. Like. Right. They have this hilarious. They have this hilarious talking point right now. Like if you know this old like cliche of like a society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they'll never sit in, right? Mm-hmm. They've distorted that to mean like their grandkids. They mean like, oh, you're planting the trees for like your grandkids, like your blood, not just like any people, not just anybody. It's like they don't understand that it doesn't just, you're not defining who the society is for. It's like the society is going to go on. You're fucking dead. You don't care who's in there, who's a part of that. Like, it's not you have no stake in it anymore. They don't get that part of it. They're like, no, you're still doing it for the right people.
Yeah, yeah. And you're doing it not for those people, like explicitly, right?
Exactly.
Okay. I feel like I have no fucking clue what I'm getting myself into, and I think it'll be interesting. Hopefully, hopefully this will be a good YouTube video, and it won't just be like a bunch of slurs and stuff like that. Like if I can have like one decent conversation with somebody and like, you know, like actually, I don't know, have come to some kind of like change or agreement, or have them be like, you know what,
Yeah.
actually, you're right about that. Like,
I think that's possible. You're the right demographic, white guy, dad coded, mustache, you know, you're a little younger than them and you've got a slightly better hairline than them, right? So
Yeah.
they're going to be like, I look up to this guy, you know, if you take the hat off, they'll recognize that part. And
Right.
just talk about action figures. They're cool. Anime figures, they're gay, right? Just stuff like that. And they'll be like, I really like this guy. I need to listen to him. They always respond to that more than your core values. They're like, oh, this is a guy who likes Thundercats. Like, oh, this is a guy who likes fucking Transformers. Like, I like him, dude. I'll listen to him. Like,
okay, so consumption as identity. So like, find the media property that's going to be like my personality for that.
yup.
Okay.
Exactly. Like, you've found identity within the like franchise media that like corporations have put out there to literally just brainwash us into buying products.
Okay. This was so helpful. Like, actually,
I hope
this
so.
This was like super helpful. Thank you so much, Rhizome. Chat, please go check out Rhizome. Check out the streams. Do you have a YouTube channel?
Not really, but we're gonna make that happen. It's not really a thing yet, but yeah, I mean, I stream on Twitch all the time, and
Okay.
like I said, my space is just for a bunch of disaffected lefties to doom scroll together, commiserate together, realize just how absurd the people who hold power are in their thinking. And so that you don't do it on your own. I mean, you look at clips on your own, you go out and you rot your brain on your own. I think it's better to do it when you're gonna be able to be with a bunch of people who can fucking laugh at how dumb these guys are and how
For sure.
stupid their arguments and way of thinking is, and how anti-humanistic it is. It feels so much better to do it that way.
Okay, hell yeah.
So that's what I exist for. I need that space too right now. So
Yeah, no.
it's there for everybody who needs it.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that a lot. Thank you so much for coming on the stream, Rhizome.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
yeah,
and I'm
also,
available
thank
if
you
you
for
need me.
playing.
So
Thanks for playing games last night. I love
Oh, yeah.
playing games with you. It's so fucking fun. Your laugh
Yeah, no.
brings me a lot of joy every time I hear it.
dude,
so.
yeah, no, you and I don't take it too seriously, so I like that kind of space. I
Yeah.
also, I structure a lot of like interactivity into my stream. I'm planning on making some games for us. Like, I teased last year at TwitchCon that I wanted to make the rot factor, like the fear factor.
Oh,
I'm putting stuff together for that.
Oh,
So
fuck yeah, I
I'm
remember you
gonna
talking
have
about
some
that.
more like opportunities for all of us to just get together and have some fun with this shit.
Let's fucking go. Yeah, that's gonna be amazing. But let's game soon.
Yeah.
You know, I loved that last night. So
Yeah, totally. Good
thanks
luck
for
with
coming
this,
on.
man. I hope you make it out with some kind of brain cells still intact, because you're diving deeper into the bowels of Rumble than I ever have.
Yeah, I hope I stay safe. Honestly, that's like maybe I feel like I'm going into the lion's den in some ways. So
You are, but you got your audience,
Yeah.
and they're cool people, and
Yeah, we'll
they'll
be chilling.
fucking balance that shit out a
We'll be
lot.
chilling.
And you don't always necessarily, I don't know how it works, but maybe you don't have to go live at the same time when you go live on Twitch. Maybe you can start at Twitch, talk a little bit, start on Rumble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, I need to figure out how that works. It's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, let me know if I can help you in any way. I'll be a resource as much as you need me.
For sure. You're a treasure in my corner. I appreciate it. Right now.
All right, well, have a good night. Have fun, everybody.
Take
Good
care.
luck.
Okay. W Rhizome, thank you for hanging out. That was great. That was perfect. I think we got everything we needed out of that. Mostly a lot of good info. So yeah, chat, if you came in halfway through, starting this week, I am going to dual stream for 1 week. Every time I go live on Twitch, I'm also going to go live on Rumble. And we'll see what happens from that. Because I need to diversify. I think that Hassan's going to ruin it for all of us. I think he's poking the wrong bear out here. And I'm going to try to diversify. It's mostly a joke. I don't have any plans to actually make a career on Rumble, but I do think it'll be a fun little experiment. I think it'll be a fun little experiment. I think they're gonna come in and be like, "Whoa, this is a really high quality stream. What is that? A Harriman sickle in the background? Like, what's this guy's thing? Cinna Marxist? What the fuck?" Maybe we have to figure it out as it goes. This is how every stream goes. Is you have to build it as you're flying it. You know what I mean? You're building the plane as you're taking off. And so we just got to get in there and see what it's like. We just got to get in there and see what it's like. Marxism in the name is going to be tricky. We'll see. We'll see. Wait, does Adrian stream on Twitch or on Rumble? That would be an interesting person to talk to too. Yeah? Oh shit. I do remember seeing one boomer leftist couple on Twitch or on Rumble. I actually would love to cine capitalist. Should I go undercover? Majority Report does too. Okay, I need to check it out. I'm gonna check it out tomorrow. Anyway, chat, back to our regularly scheduled programming here. We have a new video from Breakthrough News about Mahmoud Khalil's kidnapping and connecting it to previous struggles for against the left and more specifically the Red Scare, how they're using Red Scare laws and anti-communist laws to justify modern trampling of the Constitution.
Was abducted, he was never actually charged with a crime. Since then, the Trump administration has been scrambling to find a law that would allow them to deport him without him ever having committed a crime. And the one they found is a draconian anti-communist law from the Cold War. It's called the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952, and it was a law the government used to deport anyone that basically criticized the government under the guise that they were communists. This period, called the McCarthyite period, or the Second Red Scare, which is distinct from the First Red Scare in the 1910s, saw thousands of people politically persecuted and tarred as communists, fired from their jobs, and blacklisted, even if they were just involved in things like the civil rights movement or unions. The Trump administration is now trying to use this law to say that it actually gives the government the right to deport Mahmoud, one of the leaders of the Columbia University Gaza Solidarity Encampment, not even for being a communist, but because he is, and this is a direct quote, adversarial to the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States of America. Basically saying the quiet part out loud that Mahmoud's crime is not supporting US imperial interests.
It's really, really direct. And I don't know why they are being this direct about it. You know what I mean? I feel like they could just make up an actual crime. I don't know why they keep insisting and just saying the quiet part out loud and just being like, yeah, we're doing this because they disagree with our policy. Because they aren't smart. I don't know. I never want to underestimate our enemy. But I don't think you're wrong. I mean,
what's crazy about the Trump administration using this law against Mahmoud is that it's obvious what history they're harking back on. If you know anything about the Red Scare, you'll know this was one of the most repressive periods in this country. It was a manufactured mass hysteria over the supposed communist infiltration of society. People were told that the Soviet Union was secretly plotting to install communist agents in positions of power across America to take it down from the inside. What followed was an anti-communist crusade that affected every sector of society. The government made it illegal to be a member of a communist party, worked to drive communists out of labor unions, Hollywood, and out of the country altogether. Even though they said they were only targeting communists, it became very clear very quickly that this actually meant targeting anyone who was involved in anything vaguely progressive, from those opposing the Jim Crow apartheid system in the South to radicals in labor unions or anti-war activists. So-called loyalty programs were enacted where government workers had to take an anti-communist oath or lose their job.
I mean, this is exactly like anti-BDS laws that exist today as well. Where in order to get hired in many states, you have to explicitly denounce any BDS actions. You can't boycott, which is insane because it's boycotting is itself a passive thing. It's something you're choosing not to do. So by banning the passive thing, they're requiring an active thing. It's so fucking weird.
The Taft-Hartley Act established a similar oath for union officials. Thousands of people were investigated by the House Un-American Activities Committee for suspected communist sympathies and were fired or resigned because of its investigations. One of the most notorious campaigns was the campaign against Hollywood, where hundreds of actors, writers, and directors were made to testify before the committee and disclose their political affiliations. Anyone who refused or was accused of being a communist was blacklisted, which basically ended their careers. You can see the similarities here. The Trump administration and pro-Israel forces have spent years, even decades, trying to cast the growing pro-Palestine sentiment in the United States as anti-Semitic. They accuse people who support a movement for peace and human rights of being terrorists without any evidence and try to criminalize perfectly legal political activity. Just like the accusations of communism during the Red Scare, these accusations are obviously intended to smear
My job makes me buy 10 Sabra hummus a month. I would quit.
Reputation of the accused and have no basis in reality. But the point of the Red Scare, much like this latest crackdown on pro-Palestine speech, was never about an actual communist plot to infiltrate America. The point of the Red Scare was to silence people, crush dissent, and force a whole population to get on board with the Cold War as the cornerstone of US foreign policy. But the thing to remember about the Red Scare isn't that it was scary, it's that it failed. The Red Scare ultimately failed at crushing dissent because the guy who was leading it, Senator Joseph McCarthy, basically went way too far in who he accused of being a communist. In 1954, McCarthy accused the US Army of harboring.
I don't know, man. I think it's kind of hard to say that the Red Scare failed. We are not, in fact, living in communist America right now. You know, despite what right-wingers will tell you about Biden's administration, like this one 100% succeeded in like making it harder to organize or be like advocate for anything anti-capitalist. People still say 100 million dead. Yeah, like that shit. I mean, schools still like perpetrate a lot of Red Scare education in them today. That's like anti-communist and just like lies, basically. Anti-communist sentiment in the US is a religion and it permeates all political spectrums here, even the left. Yeah, this is true.
Communists, and began calling members of the military to testify before Congress. Millions of people watched him make completely baseless accusations and bully witnesses on TV, which destroyed the credibility of the Red Scare as a whole. The abduction of Mahmoud Halil and the firing and expulsion of Grant Minor, who is himself Jewish, obviously have nothing to do with anti-Semitism. The government hasn't presented a single shred of evidence that Mahmoud supports terrorism either. They thought that by attacking these two, they would scare the rest of the movement into silence, but instead, it completely backfired. The petition to free Mahmoud got over 3 million signatures in less than a week and triggered mass protests around the country. Ironically, by targeting Mahmoud and Grant,
a large part of the country is convinced the words socialism and communism mean authoritarianism. The Red Scare succeeded. Yeah. And I actually think it's even deeper than that, because it's not just about making socialism and communism mean authoritarianism. It's also about not recognizing authoritarianism when it is happening here. You know, like the fact that every mass protest movement that has existed over the last 50, 60 years has been like federally targeted and squashed by violence. You know what I mean? Like there is no example that you can find of a protest movement that hasn't been systemically targeted by like law enforcement, by the FBI, the CIA. Like they fucked it up. They fuck them all up. Every single time, yeah. Every single time. From the Student Intifada to Occupy to George Floyd. And nobody looks at that and says, oh, look at this suppression of free speech. You can't even protest in this country without being arrested. Or if they do, they just get mad about it for, 24 hours and then forget about it and move on.
pro-Israel side have basically exposed how hollow and fake their accusations against the Palestine movement really are.
I'm Kat, I'm running for Congress, and I want to talk about these
Okay, we have another video from Kat, another update video about FEC reports.
stupid politics behind FEC reports. So this was something I didn't really know the full extent of before running for office. But you know when you get those texts from Democrats that are like, donate before midnight, we have to hit our goal, otherwise Donald Trump will kill my dog. Yeah, that's about FEC reports. So basically, at the end of every quarter or every 3 months, the Federal Election Commission makes campaigns release how much money they've raised. And this is a huge measure of success for the establishment. That means party leadership, big donors, corporations, PACs. And it's not just about how much money you've raised, it's also about how much money you raised this day versus this day. And oh, you have such a small amount of donors that contributed the full 7,000. You probably won't win. I actually had people tell me I should delay my campaign by a week so I'd have 3 months of fundraising before the FEC reports. No, that's stupid.
No.
Stupid inside baseball shit. Because the truth is, most voters don't actually care about the
I can't wait to get out door knocking for Kat. Yeah. I think that's going to be whether, like, that's going to be the deciding factor is, can this vlog style campaign generate enough excitement, generate an audience that stays with it? Because remember, this is like 2 years from now. We're talking about an election that's not going to be until 2020, like November of 2026 or something, right? So like a year and a half from now. So, and can she connect with non-online people? Yeah, the olds, right? Right. Which I think it's possible because again, it's like, I think people are just like ready for anything new. I think the appetite and the like, you know, people like old liberals are fucking over the Democratic Party. They're over these people who have been in office for a very long time. They want something new. They want something to shake it up. You know what I mean?
The ins and outs of FEC reports. I know that I don't, but campaigns and political consultants care about it so much that sometimes they will delay paying their staff or paying their bills to make sure they have as much cash on hand as possible. This is so stupid. Now, for my campaign, we've raised over $300,000 in less than a week, and I'm extremely proud of that, especially because we've taken no corporate cash. Our average donation is just under $38, and we've also gotten more than 1,000 volunteer signups. And with the way we're spending it, we have even more to be proud of. On Saturday, we held our public kickoff event, and we had over 130 people come. The place was packed, and it was free to enter. All you had to do was bring a box of tampons or pads, which would be donated to Chicago's Period Collective, which provides period products to people who can't afford them. When I say this was successful, I mean that my campaign manager's SUV is just filled to the brim with tampons. I want him
That's awesome.
to get pulled over so bad. It felt good to do
what the fuck?
good, especially in politics where so much of campaign money is just wasted. Which brings us full circle back to FEC reports. I have no interest in hitting some specific number that will impress rich people tonight. But unfortunately, there is one aspect of the FEC reports I do have to care about. And it's that many organizations, nonprofits, and unions use these as one part in their decision-making of which candidates to endorse. Like I said, I don't care about hitting a specific number, but I do want to show that this is a viable grassroots campaign. That's why we want to hit 10,000 individual donors tonight, and I think we can do it. You don't have to donate anything big, even $1 will help. Just showing that we are prioritizing small dollar donors at a time when some members of the Democratic Party want to move away from them. But like what we did on Saturday night, your money will not be wasted. Right now we're planning 2 big events for April, but we're also doing smaller projects in the meantime. For example, right now we're working on printing flyers about the size of business cards to give to college students so they know their rights and they have resources to call if they are arrested by the police or by ICE. If you want to contribute to a campaign that centers mutual aid and direct action over lip service, you can go to catforillinois.com. Once again, we are just trying to reach 10,000 individual donors. Even $1 helps us reach that goal. Because when those FEC reports come out tomorrow, I want people to see how powerful those small dollar donors really are.
Dude, yeah, awesome. I also think Kat should lean more into her like background. Like I think people would respond really well to like images of her, which I know exists, but she was doing the sit-in with the Uncommitted campaign at the DNC. Like she was there for 12 hours, like for the entire time that sit-in was happening. I remember Grimlow being there. That would scare off the libs. I don't think it would. Man. I think people, like I said, I think people want to see somebody who's got fight in them. You know, I think being like a young fighter that like, you know, like is doing it. I think that's going to play well. Yeah, I think more than ever before, people want somebody who's a fighter. They want like you know, they want energy. They want a fucking anti-fascist. They want a fucking anti-fascist, and why shouldn't they want it? Of course they want that. We're in fascism. Being anti-fascist should be the bare minimum for any leadership in any political space at all. You know? Anyway, next up we have some coverage of the protests happening at Republican town halls across the nation. Also very interesting. I would like to see, you know, attention given to these kind of voters. Like, you know, maybe some of them can be organized. Again, I think anywhere that there is people expressing discontent and expressing outrage at the way that the world is going right now, leftists should be there, pushing them into our own spaces and educating them from there. Okay. I think this is really important. So let's check out what this town hall is. This is a video from Walter Masterson. I always fuck up his last name.
Thank everyone here. Thank you for his support of Doge. Thank you for defunding Medicaid, Social Security. Those grandmothers don't need all that money. They can just buy dog food. Thank you everyone here for supporting President Musk. You know, and a corporate.
Damn, he's doing some real disruption, bro.
You're all true patriots. Get the fuck out of here. Wait. Put people over and over. Get up there.
God damn.
This action just went from being an 85% chance of getting into the room to a 10% chance. But we might be able to still get some. So they met us at our meetup spot and then they trailed us to the hotel. So we're going to try our best to get everybody in. That 85% chance of getting into that room has now dropped to probably about 10%, but you know, we're going to try our best.
So what you're saying is I am going in first and you guys are behind me.
And then we just keep going after you.
I mean, the whole plan is that we scatter to get into the room. Like you can scatter and then meet on the stage. Let's just assume they don't know all of our faces. They're expecting a group, so don't give them a group. They're just looking for people with blue hair at that point.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, right? They're cops. They're just going to grab anyone with blue hair and, you know, keffiyeh or something. Like
he might be speaking the next like 5 minutes. So whatever we're going to have to make a plan like in the next 3 minutes.
I would say we just bum rush.
I think, yeah.
So today we're going to congratulate Congressman Lawler for supporting Doge. These old people say they can't afford food without Social Security, but that's not true because dog food costs $2 at the supermarket. Yes, the police are there. Yes, they know what we're doing. So they don't know anything about preventing us from doing the nonviolent protest. That isn't a crime at all, but it sort of is a crime, I guess. I guess it depends on what you're protesting. You know, if you're protesting a genocide, that's a crime. We're just, you know, protesting Doge. I guess you could call that a crime too, but you can't directly link
Maybe not yet.
You can't directly link it to Hamas just yet. Give it a few months.
We don't have any Hamas flyers on us.
It's kind of wild. I've been on the ground with him. He's great, to be honest. Awesome. I mean, it's cool to see him doing this kind of direct, like, you know. I don't know. I think earlier in the stream or earlier in the year, soon after Trump's had like Trump took over, he was still publishing his like normal stuff, and I was like, I really hope he moves away from this style of content where it's just like smarmingly, you know, dunking on conservatives. Like, I was like, listen, dude, like, they won. I don't know, like, this stuff is not, it's not fun anymore. It just fucking sucks, you know?
I'd be happy to have you.
Free Palestine!
Yo, Max. I went to my first protest today, first of many. I made a lot of friends and gained connections to other upcoming protests in my area. Let's fucking go, Max. I love these messages. Thank you. Keep sending them, chat. You're gonna get, you just made a huge step in the rest of your life. Like, truly. Finding a good activist community is a necessity anywhere you live. A necessity. And you'll realize why soon. It's going to give you so much hope, and you're going to be doing some good work you're proud of.
There's no question that.
Wait, bro, this is like a dinner.
But the issue at hand has been...
I'm not doing it. Okay. I paid to be here. Thank you. No, I paid to.
The issue at hand, obviously, is...
I just want to thank everyone here. Thank you for his support of Doge. And thank you for defunding Medicaid. You've done a great job. Medicaid, Social Security. Those grandmothers don't need all that money. They do not need, you know what, they can just buy dog food. Let's go. They can just buy all the dog food. Let's all suck off President Musk for all of defunding everything.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
You can't do that.
I'm not. I can't.
Who the fuck are these? Who's this old? Sit down, Grandpa. You're gonna fall and die, bro. I don't need a murder charge on my life. Like, you're putting everyone here at so much more risk by being that old and trying to get involved in this shit. Like, seriously, you're gonna stumble over, break your hip, have an infection in the hospital, and it's all gonna be blamed on me for just standing nearby you. Can you fucking not?
You know what? How?
Get out of here.
Nope. Personal property.
Get out of here.
Do not touch my camera. Then leave.
Also, just this is assault.
You know what? Thank you for helping to defund.
Like, you guys all understand that, like, a private citizen cannot just put their fucking hands on you. You get that, right? Like, even if you are trespassing, they cannot just touch you. These people need to, like, fucking... That is not okay. They're Republicans, so it's fine. It really isn't. And you are well within your rights to defend yourself if anybody puts their fucking hands on you.
All of Social Security, Medicaid. Whoa. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Calm down. This is not the place for this.
Lawless! Lawler!
Lawless! Lawler!
Lawless! Lawler!
Lawless! Lawler!
Have you no shame, Lawler? Come on, grow a spine. Stop.
Also, it's really funny to me that boomers, now that we're on TikTok and vertical video is actually a thing, all of the boomers learned to turn their iPhones. Now, just at the perfect time when nobody's watching anything horizontal anymore. It's funny, right? They were recording vertical videos when everybody was in landscape. I like taking video in landscape. No, me too. That's what I mostly shoot for because I'm a documentarian. But you remember there used to be the memes where everybody was like, turn your phone. You know what I mean? Turn your phone. Stop recording vertical. Now that's not really relevant anymore because there's TikTok and most video is probably filmed vertically. And now they're turning them vertically. It's like, what, or horizontal. I'm not against it. It's just, I'm just noticing it.
Lawless, Lawler.
Have you no shame, Lawler? Come on, grow a spine. Stop doing the bidding of corporate landlords. Start doing the bidding of the people. Shame on you.
Lawler. Lawless Lawler. Lawless Lawler. Thank you everyone here for supporting President Musk, you know, and a corporate oligarchy. You've done a great job. You're all true patriots. Get the fuck out of here.
Michael Lawler is also fucking over New Yorkers, passing the Limits Save Grow Act, which expands work requirements for SNAP. Work requirements don't lift people out of poverty. It keeps eligible people from acquiring assistance and drive people deeper into poverty.
Oh yeah, hey, we're getting.
You just want to keep the poor poor, making the rich richer. Shame on you.
We care so much about children. That's why they're getting rid of SNAP benefits.
the richest guy. Lawler serves the richest guy. Did you pay for a seat at this?
All right, so we're all paying every day.
Lawler serves the richest guy. Hey Lawler, get off it. Put people over profit. Hey Lawler, get off it. Put people over.
Okay, yeah, dude. Okay, like this guy is fucking crashing out. This guy is crashing out. This is not okay.
Hey Lawler, get off.
Also, chat, listen, we are not in the civil rights movement anymore. Like, standing peacefully and getting the shit kicked out of you is not beneficial to anybody. Okay? Can I just say this? You don't have to fucking get the shit kicked out of you. You know? Like, I know it's very noble to look back on those photos and, like, imagine the peaceful nature of the civil rights movement. We are not in the 60s anymore. And also, there should have been fucking white people fighting back against them and protecting the protesters back then, too. It shouldn't have been, you know, quote unquote peaceful. And it never was. It never was. There were always people like this beating the shit and pouring ketchup and mustard and putting cigarettes out on people's fucking faces. It's always been this way.
Stop it! Stop it! Put people over profit! Hey Lawler, get off it! Put people over profit! Hey Lawler, get off it! Get off it! Put people over profit! Hey Lawler, shame on you for supporting this session!
Profit! Hey Lawler!
Put people over profit! Hey Lawler!
Get off it!
Also, buy your trans friends pizza. True.
Lawler! Get off it! Hey, Doge! 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 3 cheers for corporate oligarchy! Yeah!
Corporate oligarchy! Fuck the people!
Yeah! Let's all suck off President Musk! Just to shake hands, don't prevent anything.
Yeah, hey, officers, somebody was fucking freaking out and beating the shit out of other people in that room. Were you there for that? Like, you just stood by while that happened, huh?
Happy in this case.
Go back to the cars to the Westgate Hotel and get in go. Danielle, could What about getting assaulted?
It's only assault when we do it against them.
When protesters attack,
it's
right?
not, yeah.
It's not when other
What up, Kevils?
like attack us.
I got punched in the face. He punched me in the chest.
I know, he punched you.
This isn't Burger King. How did I get here? I don't know. We didn't have any raids tonight yet, so.
Next to me and he punched you.
He punched me in
I
the
think
chest.
that's fucking weird. He literally punched you into me.
Yes.
No,
Welcome in.
Where's the woman? How dare you?
Where's the women in this? Punching women.
Yeah.
So manly.
Good job. Give me a hug.
Hey, thanks, Walter.
These people are brave as fuck. The only thing I have to say, don't let people put their fucking hands on you. And if you're a white guy at this kind of event, like Walter is, don't let white people put their fucking hands on more marginalized people than you. Okay? You better freak the fuck out. Okay? Match their freaking weird, you know? Match their weirds. I don't know why they didn't push the cop to arrest the assaulters, because, yeah, I don't think that's a good path either. You know, like, I'm never going to go and be like, hey, I'm a Mr. Officer. You know, I'm going to point out the hypocrisy of you. Like, just, you don't need to work with the cops ever. You don't need to work with the cops. We keep us safe. That's the point.
How you doing, man?
Okay.
Good. All right.
But you saw that, right?
I hope I have all of it.
Someone in my Discord posted the link. I don't know what's going on here, but the vibe is good. Hell yeah, vibes are always good here. We got the best chat on the whole platform. I'll tell you that.
On camera. As I'm editing this video, I'm seeing calls by top Democrats on the Senate Intelligence Committee calling for Hegseth and Waltz to resign for their
Ground News
group chat. On Ground
Yeah, that
News,
was
you can
just
see
bad
that with this
audio.
story. Left-leaning media headlines are highlighting how Senator Mark Warner called these discussions careless and incompetent. Meanwhile, other sources
Ethical
are
reacts.
calling out Trump and Trump officials for...
You know, if Walter can go out here and take conservative fucking punches and shit, I can watch his dumb little ad. Okay, I'll ethical react it.
Trying to downplay the whole war plans group chat and how they're actually calling the whole convo deep and thoughtful. Oh, and let's not forget they're trashing the journalists that exposed all of this. While right-wing media is continuing to double down on how no classified information was leaked. I mean, yeah, they just, you know, the planes they were using, the country they were bombing, the time that they were going to bomb it. The past few months, absolute chaos. It feels like you wake up every morning and there's something new. And let's be real, it's probably going to be like this for at least the next 4 years. Fingers crossed if we get to have elections again. And that's why I use Ground News. I don't want to get caught up in the bias and media manipulation. Their app and website allow you to see multiple perspectives, which help spot hidden biases or blind spots that may shape your understanding. Ground News shows you each source's political bias and, most importantly, who owns the publication. So if you want to get all sides to every story in U.S. politics and more, go to groundnews.com/Walter, or by clicking on the link in the description, or by scanning the QR code on the screen. Using my link gets you 40% off the Vantage plan, same plan.
Ground News be like, here's an article about Marjorie Taylor Greene saying alien Muslims from Mars are leading Hamas. We noticed this is a blind spot for the left.
Use. So remember, go to groundnews.com/Walter to subscribe.
Yeah, when will the left cover the alien Muslims on Mars? Truly.
Programming. Okay, that was a lot.
That was fucking insane.
It's just really funny. I walk up and one of the event organizers is like, "Nope, don't do it." I was like, "I have a ticket."
Or what is that?
No, you don't. I rejected your ticket. And I was like, "Oh." I'm actually thankful they said that because we were having a whole back and forth. I was like, did they reject my ticket?
I don't know. That link didn't work for me.
Or did they just flag the name? And I was like, they think they just flagged the name.
They probably fucking knew who you were.
Because I used an alias. And honestly, good on them. They know my aliases. Like, honestly, good on y'all.
Oh, was it the 322 video? Was it the 3229071?
For knowing
our memes are leaking out of the chat, out of our pants. I mean, not my pants. I'm not a cop. Fuck. Okay, I threw a brick at myself. I think that solved it. Hopefully.
The aliases, like, honestly, I got to take a basketball, so this is my level of
That's your
theft.
trophy. That's your participation
my
trophy.
participation trophy. They had basketballs from Pay It, corporate sponsored, event here.
I can't believe how fucking rough they
Wait, they gave them little basketballs like that and nobody threw them? Why would you give a big group of people at a Republican town hall something that is so throwable? That's like handing out rotten tomatoes. I would throw that shit the second they mention anything.
Stop scrolling right now. I demand it.
Double D, baby.
Officer Diarrhea. Repeat these numbers.
322-9071.
322-9071.
322-90.
Look, Chat. I'm not a cop, okay? Look at me. My pants totally clean, okay? This is conclusive proof, all right? I have no shit in my pants. I'll have you know. I will have you know. Diarrhea-less. Yeah, exactly.
They got with us.
And like right away too. Right, rough and like right away.
That's probably one of the worst instances of like continual assault that I've seen.
Stand up and
And then they
twirl.
try to say, "Oh, you."
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? You sick fuck. You'd like that if I stood up and gave you a twirl. You sick little fuck.
You
of course.
Yeah, they'll always say that. But
You'd like it if I showed my bare ass. No shit on it, wouldn't you?
when you're fucking body checking someone like that.
They got violent right away, and their attitude was, the police are here for us, not you. Those are the people that scare me the most, are the people that behave as if the police are here to serve them, not you. It's like, no.
That's privileged white people.
Yeah, they're like, they're here for us. I'm sorry. None of the police
are they wrong though, Walter? Did you not participate in the thing that I just watched happen? Like, you guys somebody assaulted you, and the cops escorted you out of the building. What do you mean? What do you mean the cops are here for all of us? That's not at all what we just watched happen.
Right here to protect you.
Yeah, we're not the only ones out here, you know? Yeah.
Wait, were they with us?
Yes.
No.
Not with us. But they were on our team. Yeah, they were on.
But wait, so they were just had a separate action completely.
Yeah.
No,
they came in with signs.
Well, no, they're Rockland residents against Lawler.
Yeah.
But wait, they weren't even coordinated with us.
No, they were just.
That's even better. But wait, they weren't even coordinated with us.
No, they were just.
That's even better. That's even.
We know
that's.
This is our time to.
You know what? Okay.
I was relieved.
They're probably small business.
Okay, you know what? When I saw those old ladies holding up the sign, that gave me some life. I was like, I was like, I don't remember you from the action. I was like, holy shit! I was like, that action was like, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I noticed those ladies too.
That's great. So we just intersected. Like, can I say?
Oh, is that you got that?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. He's gonna do that to the wrong person on the wrong day. He's going to do that to someone that is going through a mental health crisis, and it's not going to end well for him. We have a mental health crisis in this country, and he's going to be on the...
Like, dude, what do you mean? He's the guy with the mental health crisis. What do you...
receiving end of...
Why is it always got to be somebody else, bro? Yeah, today shit, what do you mean? Why it got to be somebody else, man?
And all of us are going to go, yeah, that's fine.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I just, just one question. Is anyone here like a full U.S. citizen? Everyone here's okay. No green card holders or anything that are going to get deported.
What a weird question to ask everybody while you are filming them on camera.
Okay.
It might be demoted to a green card after this.
Yeah, retroactively.
The level of violence.
I don't think I've ever asked anybody their citizenship. He knew beforehand? Yeah, I mean, I guess I did like recently, but only because they were like going through a crisis moment and like it was a directly relevant question that I needed to know before I could help them, you know? Or it would influence the help that I give them, or the advice I give them.
Violence that we witnessed, that we were, the focus of just disgusted me. It disgusted me because it was unprovoked. We went, we were nonviolent, unprovoked, and they just came after us and they thought they had free reign to do whatever they wanted to us physically, which is not. No serious injuries. We're all here together. And we're all on the front line doing what we need to do.
I come from Black Lives Matter organizing, right? And I think that there is
a lot of like a drive by, in general, our movement to be like, we are focused on nonviolence, we are focused on nonviolence, and I'm sure everyone in the circle knows that, but that's not going to matter in this climate.
She's right.
There's nothing we can do or say. The fact is that our beliefs make us a public enemy.
She's right.
And we can stand there as much as we want. Like, I think we just need to be prepared and ready to face that increase in violence and that increase.
She's right. And self-defense classes are a very good thing you should take. Like right now, like yeah, learning how to defend yourself, very, very important. Take a self-defense class, take a martial arts class. It'll help you.
I've had videos that I've uploaded where I'm getting assaulted multiple times by the same person, and they hit the front page of Reddit, and the comment thread is, oh, the assaulter, oh, he was like so calm in the face of this violent antagonist. And I'm like, you could, I mean, and this, it's not like a nuanced video. It's not like a who started it. It's me with my hands at my sides and the guy putting his hands right on my, like this, and then being like, that guy showed amazing restraint. And
literally.
There will be nothing you can say or do to dissuade someone from you being the violent, intolerant left.
The silver lining to take away from that is that the opposition is kind of like showing their ass a little bit by doing that, by not being able to stay cool. And
yeah, but dude, nobody cares. Everybody's seen every conservative ass that exists. Okay, they've shown it to us for 8 years straight now, bro. These guys are permanently an assless chaps showing their ass all the time. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. There is no conscience you're appealing to by just taking this violence. There is none.
And when we stay cool, regardless of how people feel about us, you know, they're going to be more sympathetic to our cause.
Okay, moving on.
More fallout.
We had this CNN interview also, which I heard was pretty interesting, with a MAGA voter sending a message to Trump in a new CNN interview. Let's check it out.
Cuts by Elon Musk and his Doge.
Get a little bit of hogwatch going.
70% of the vote in Wood County, West Virginia last November. But some people who find their federal jobs in limbo now say they regret supporting him. Randy Kay has more.
This flag used to hang there.
This was the flag Jennifer Piggott proudly hung outside her home during campaign 2024.
We had the flag. I had the shirt.
The leopard ate my face. I never would have expected, voting for the face-eating leopard's party, that the leopard would eat my face.
I was a MAGA junkie.
A MAGA junkie who thought her government job would be safe with Donald Trump in office. She was wrong.
I cried. It's scary, you know, it's a really scary thing. And I was embarrassed. He's a good boy.
Piggott was abruptly fired last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service.
Okay, I can't do it any longer. Piggott is so good. Petition for the left to only refer to cops as piggotts from now on. It's perfect. Bigot. I don't know how we haven't thought of this before. What the fuck? We could have been saying this the whole time. Also, Bomb Lefts, welcome in, man. How are you? Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everybody. We're just doing some political goofing, you know what I mean? We're doing some political goofing over here. Double shout out. You guys better follow twice. Okay? Everybody in chat better go follow twice. That's all I'm saying.
Based here in Parkersburg, West Virginia. The reason given for the firings of 125 probationary employees at the Bureau? Poor performance.
I had my last...
Bro, how am I not following? I don't know. You're still not. It's because you're not clicking the button. Okay, there we go. Okay, now you're following. Now you're following.
You on the 31st of January, and I had the highest...
Bring me to Gulag? Nah. You're following now, so you're... Better late than never. That's all I say. You know what I mean? It's pretty iconic. It's an iconic follow. Welcome in. You're going to enjoy the community. I hope you hang out. We got the best chat in the whole platform.
Rating that you can get on a review. Less than 21 days before I was terminated for my performance.
You voted for Donald Trump.
I did.
Do you regret that vote?
Yes, I do.
Somebody should tell Donald. He voted for you, dude. The fuck?
Long live the Intifada.
King Henry, thank you for the gifted sub to bomb lifts.
Cut the needs out of the working class Americans just doesn't make sense to me. I expected more from President Donald Trump.
Since speaking out, Piggott says she's received death threats and her home has been egged. This woman asked us not to show her face for fear of retribution. She recently retired.
Congrats on the award, by the way. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. What, you mean this award? What do you mean that award? What do you mean this? What do you mean this? My award for best feature-length documentary at the Kansas City Film Festival International that I just got this weekend? What do you mean this one?
Long live.
What do you mean this one? Chuck Dice, thank you for the gifted sub. What do you mean this one? It's very shiny and nice.
612 _
What do you mean this award? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a pretty cool award. I gotta say it's pretty cool. Yeah. I'm really proud of it. Let me be proud of it. Thank you, Chuck, for the gifted sub. Also, welcome in, Tofu. What up?
Because she was afraid of losing her health insurance if she was fired. She also voted for Trump.
Would you still have supported him?
I'm not sure that I would have. The way that it's been done, I'm for balancing the budget, that type of thing, but not in this context. It's just not right.
Earlier this month, a federal judge ordered half a dozen federal agencies to immediately offer thousands of probationary employees their jobs back. But this week, the Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to put that judge's ruling on hold and stop those employees from returning to work. Eric Engel is a representative for the National Treasury Employees Union.
They are fully reinstated, all 125 of them. They are on paid admin leave.
Now they're getting paid for not doing their job. So
Yeah.
Does the government really save any money here?
Wait, so they're getting paid to not work. Super efficiency. Government efficiency. Government efficiency.
Not at all. No. That's not. I mean, I personally don't believe that was ever the point, but they're not saving any money from these probationary and trial period employee firings. This has nothing to do with eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse.
The Bureau of Fiscal Service employs more than 2,000 people here in Parkersburg. People we spoke with told us it's considered the place to work. Jobs at the Bureau.
Do we pay our dues in bits? No, you pay them in subs for $5.99 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Helps to keep the chat running, you know what I mean? The lights on. All of that stuff.
Bureau are hard to come by, and people have always believed it was one of the most stable employers. Rhonda Bragg is another probationary employee who was fired from the Bureau. She didn't vote for Trump because she feared something like this might happen.
A lot of people who voted for Donald Trump lost their jobs now.
They don't like us.
Think about that.
Chuck, thank you for gifting the Game Gang.
Chuck,
at
please
first
gifted
I
a
wanted
tier
to
1
say,
subscription to Game Gang.
when all this happens,
We need to gift Tofu quick, chat.
you deserved it. At the same time, they're in the same spot that I am. And I honestly don't think any of us deserved it. It's not even $50,000 a year. You know, it's not that much money. I'm blue collar just like the rest of them in this valley.
In a statement regarding the reinstated employees, a spokesperson for the Treasury Department told us they are weighing how best to consider their performance, Treasury's operational needs, and the Trump administration's government-wide effort to increase efficiency.
Come here, baby.
That's hardly any consolation to Jennifer Piggott and her family.
If you could say anything to President Trump now, what would you say?
I expected better from you. I really did.
I didn't think it would affect me. I didn't know I would be suffering. I thought it was going to be all of those criminals. It won't let me gift to Tofu? What the fuck? Twitch, explain yourself. During Trans Day of Visibility? What the fuck? Explain yourself.
That you would do what was right, and
Wow, they've demonetized my stream. This is an attack on freedom of speech on this platform. Holy macroaggression. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The fuck is this?
cut waste and fraud.
Can anybody gift anything? Or is it just like not letting anyone gift anything? Recipient isn't eligible to receive a gift sub at this time. Wow. Wow, what the freak? Maybe it's because she's in an ad. There's an ad running.
And all of those things that you promised us before we elected you in office, but you're not doing that. You're creating a disaster, and I don't know what America's going to look like if this continues.
Thank you for 5 subscribers. Corey, thank you for the 5 gifted. Chuck Dice, thank you for the gifted sub.
Gifted a tier 1 subscription.
Hey, you got me. Nice. Thank you for finding that out for us. That was a good test. Thank you. That was a good test. Okay, so the problem seems to be specific to tofu.
Hey, Randy K. What's next for those federal employees?
Well, Anderson, they're really in limbo as they wait for their case and their reinstatement to be appealed. Since it is on appeal right now, they're not even sure if they're going to have a job to go back to. But in the meantime, the union rep we spoke with said that he believes these firings are actually illegal. He said that the Trump administration was required to give them 60 days notice.
Right, I'm sorry. Yo, Froggy, thank you for the prime. Air Pop Tart, thank you for the gifted. We got a hype train coming.
Which he says they didn't. He also said that the firings were performance-based, and he said these people performed well, their conduct was excellent, and there was no reason to fire them.
Elon Musk and his merry band of government cost cutters speaking out in a group interview. The billionaire calling his mission nothing short of
Acid, thank you for the 2 gifted.
Claiming those who protest the loudest over, say, potential gaps in Social Security checks are, quote, fraudsters. And it comes at a time that some are displaying their anger at Musk in the form of Molotov cocktails at Tesla dealerships. Let's get right to CNN's Kevin Liptak at the White House for the latest on this. Good morning, Kevin.
Yeah, this interview is so interesting. We have seen a lot of Elon Musk over the last several weeks. What we haven't seen is much of this Doge team that he's been working with to cut down the size of the federal government. And that was what was so unique here. Seeing these 7 men, they're all men.
Oh, Juicy Bread with the 10 gifted. Making all the cops fly out of the fucking
community
slide right now, dude. Look at all of them. All the cops going to the slide.
They have been trying to do. Absent, I would note, was Amy Gleason, who the White House says is the acting administrator of Doge. In a lot of ways, this was something of a public relations exercise as Musk works to explain why he is cutting so many jobs within the federal government. Listen to what he said on that particular topic.
And President Trump's been very clear. It's scalpel, not hatchet, and that's the way
oh my God.
You've heard.
Dude, that's so funny, too, because you're like, yeah, we're operating with a scalpel, not a hatchet. We are being very precise in the fucking starving children in Africa who we have cut funding to and will die and starve to death now. Like, no. That's exactly what we wanted to cut out. Fuck you, bro. Also, what do you mean? Look at you, Lex Luthor looking motherfucker, dude. You chose the villain aesthetic, man. We can all see it. We have eyeballs. We know you're evil. We can tell by looking at you. Cute Elon with the chainsaw. True. Chuck Dice, thank you for the gifted sub to Los Angeles Public Library.
A lot of news about rifts, about people getting fired. At this moment in time, less than 0.15, not 1.5, less than 0.15 of the federal workforce has actually been given a RIF notice. So
they're selected if they're illegal.
It is
basically almost no one's gotten fired.
He's just like, listen, basically these people don't matter. Listen, basically, you really shouldn't give a fuck because they're like kind of like not people if you really think about it. You know what I mean? Like they really don't matter.
So Musk says in this interview he wants to reduce the federal deficit by $1 trillion. That's about $4 billion a day. He says in the context of government work, he's working at lightning speed, but that he would like to be going much faster. And he says that he thinks that this will all take 130 days, which, by the way, is exactly the amount of time a special government employee is allowed to serve within the federal government. Elon Musk is a special government employee.
Whoa.
We also heard him
wait, I didn't know that there was a deadline to Elon's like job in the White House, they can only be there for 130 days or something? I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Defend these planned cuts to Social Security, which has been a big question that's been hanging over this Doge effort. Remember, Musk called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme in the federal government. Now he's saying that he thinks that these cuts will actually make things more efficient for Social Security recipients. Listen to what he said on that front.
You're actually going to get more money.
What we're doing will help their benefits. Legitimate people, as a result of the work of Doge, will receive more Social Security, not less. I want to emphasize that. As a result of the work of Doge, legitimate recipients of Social Security will receive more money.
Source, just trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. You're working with the party that has been running on cutting Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid for decades, man. You've been saying that you've been wanting to do this for decades, like for a long time. Minty Treasure, thank you for the 100 bits. Schwummer Hefe, thank you for the 200 bits. Appreciate you. All right, I'm over this video. We need a break. We got a hype train. Let's get hype in here, bro.
Put a landlord
In a landfill.
Put a
Landlord.
I'm trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for you to stand still. Drop that ass, drop a band, fix my fucking sink. I've been paying all your bills, bitch, you work for me. It broke the second that I moved in. And now this motherfucker really trying to charge me. Bitch, I'm from New Orleans. I'ma suck your mama, cause who the fuck raised you? This is an apartment, and you think I'ma pay you 2/3 of my money for me to fucking wait? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes days. Look, I got work and I got shit I gotta do. So get
Chuck dies.
shake that ass. Go ahead and shake that ass. Ooh, if you wake up like me, the yellow cat. Ooh, if you
Are we back?
just like me,
Are we still crackly? Are we still crackly?
bong, bong. That's how you should treat the cup. Make them take more than 5 L's. That's how you beat the cup.
Bonk, bonk.
Do you want this juggernaut?
I'm gonna go hard with the gun. They call it juggernaut.
Cal Poly going too off with big old plastic jugs, just like a
boob job.
You wanna know what I think when I was first? How they popped
I
into
just got my 100th request. Let's go, L.
with the students say.
Let's fucking go, L.
All the way to LA.
L, you want to drop a dono link in here? I'm sure a lot of people would love to support you.
Palestine to the grave.
Not a single cop deserves a lot of love. Got with the
water jug. Clip only, bitch, it's a life lesson. If you're resourceful and you think it be the right way, like me, then give me some dance. Ooh, if you wake up,
cops like me, then shake that ass.
ooh, if you wake up, like me, then yellow cat. Ooh, if you wake up, just like me, then
Hit that bonk dance, baby. Chat, did you know that this song was produced by community member Die Happy Music? Next time you see Die Happy in the chat, let him know you love him. Okay? The next time you see Die Happy, let him know you appreciate this. Thank you for the hype train. Appreciate you all. Okay, let's go back to the playlist. We got Fox News talking about Trump revoking over 300 student visas.
These people come to the country, taking away scholarships, different activities for Americans, but they're going on these college campuses and they're protesting. We see linkages to Hamas. We see linkages to other foreign.
What does that mean? Who sees linkages? What is a linkage? What is a linkage? Can somebody tell me what the linkages are? I've never heard of these. What are fucking linkages?
Government as well. Marco Rubio has made the commitment that he's going to revoke their visa. He said that he's already revoked 300 plus visas. Here's the Secretary of State.
It might be more than 300 at this point. We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics.
Sausage linkages? Probably not. Because they're haram.
Take away their visa.
You're saying it could be more than 300
sure,
visas?
I hope. At some point, I hope we run out because we've gotten rid of all of them. But we're looking every day for these lunatics.
Right, and so everyone thinks Mahmoud Khalil. But when Mahmoud Khalil was tossed, the word came out to these Palestinian organizations, linked to Hamas or not, that the Americans are not going to tolerate the campus unrest, the takeover of buildings. What we saw at almost every.
Wait, they're like, well, it doesn't matter if they're linked to Hamas anyway. Linkage to Hamas or not. It's like, what? Which one? Wait, is that what matters or is that not what matters? You're just like, no, we're just not going to tolerate protest.
Ivy League institution.
It's just we're not going to tolerate protest.
Outside Princeton, well, I didn't really see much there. Now, not only is the campus is going to, the college is going to lose money, but they're going to lose people. Now, yesterday we found out that we had one person self-deport from Colombia after Khalil was tossed out, and she sat down in Canada with Al Jazeera to talk about what she thought, why she left.
Oh, what a great home for her. What did she say, Rachel?
What a great home. You mean Canada?
She said the moment Mahmoud got arrested, it sent shockwaves across Colombia's community. He is a green card holder. That's when I realized I have no rights in this system at all. It was only a matter of time before they caught hold of me.
Exactly.
Rachel, this has inspired some disagreement between us. We normally agree on 90% of the issues, but you're worried about free speech.
I'm not. So first of all, I would.
She's okay, dude. This is so good. He's like, listen, we're usually in agreement on everything, but you're worried about free speech. I'm not. I don't give a fuck about free speech. And then she says, well. Hold on now, Lawrence. I don't want to. You know what I mean? Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my. I don't really give a fuck about free speech.
Would never be a student in, say, Mexico City and go and protest their government. I'm just not interested. I think that's just rude, and you're not being a good guest, so I'm with that. I also don't believe in violence. You know, I'm a peacenik. Yeah. I don't think we should have violence, and I don't believe in terrorists.
What? There was no violence during the campus protest movement. There is a fuckload of violence involved in deportations. A peacenik, she says. A peacenik. Standing against people who are actively protesting a genocide. The only anti-war movement that is to be seen in America right now. A peacenik.
I don't want anyone here who has ties to Hamas. That said, I am concerned about.
Dude, also, like, again, there are. How many times have they, like, referenced? We're 2 minutes into this video. We are 130 seconds into this video. And they've mentioned ties to Hamas like 5 times. Despite there being absolutely zero evidence of any ties to any Palestinian militant organization between any student groups across the entire country. Just lies, man.
Speech absolutists. And so I wonder, what is the criteria here? Should we be deporting people who say criticize America and American policies? What's the line? Or is it only if you criticize Israeli government policy? So there are
Dude, that's
a lot of really good people right now.
She's like, well, can you protest against America in America? Or can you just not protest against Israel in America? Saying the quiet part.
Now, who are very concerned about the chilling effect this could have, not just on these green card holders and these people on visas, but what's the message to American citizens about free speech?
I wouldn't worry about American citizens. I mean, there's not American citizens. These are people on student.
Just, hey, don't worry about that. Nah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. You should really stop talking about it. It's not going to happen. You just don't worry about it.
Visas in green cards.
I'm just saying the chilling effect. If you're seeing people,
I don't care. I mean,
are they connected to Hamas?
And yeah, and now we get the truth. I don't care. Now we get the truth where he's just like, I don't care.
Criticizing Israeli policy.
The lawyer I talked to this week, who's representing 9 families, says there's direct linkages to Hamas that they posted this group October 6th. Get ready for October 7th. So there's no doubt about it. There's organizations here. There's also, the hostages were saying that the Hamas...
I'm sorry, what was your evidence here? A lawyer represented by 9 families? Hold on, we got to go to the auto-generated...
that they posted this group October 6th. Get ready for October 7th. So there's no doubt about it.
He said that he's talking about Columbia SJP. And he said that they posted on the internet, get ready for October 7th on October 6th. That's just a lie. That's not true. Yeah, they posted on October 6th, but they were just like, yeah, like, you know, we've reactivated. We're like, you know, we're organizing. We had an organizing meeting. You know, like, get ready. We have announcements coming soon. It wasn't a get ready for October 7th, dude. It's just ridiculous to even assert that.
There's organizations here.
Like, this is, we are way even past correlation equals causation. This is like, this is putting red string on a map on your wall.
There's also, the hostages were saying that the Hamas hostage holders were bragging to them about their access to American students, the students in America, and that they...
Yeah, I heard you were at an airport on September 10th. Care to explain? Right.
Going to win the power of basically the publicity and marketing. They also tossed out somebody at Tufts University, caught this PhD student. They also threw out yesterday at Harvard. They threw out a Kasina Petrova, who's a Russian research associate, also with anti-American activity. You're over here. You're protesting this country and our allies. Goodbye.
I would just say this, Rachel. I see your point. I see how it could be chilling. But I want chills to run down the spines of not only terrorists, but people that are...
Dude, oh my... Dude, the openness of it is an escalation. You have to understand. Them openly defending this is an escalation. This is an escalation. Like them saying, like, yeah, I want there to be chills. I want people to feel like they can't speak out or fight back. This is what they want. Like, they're just saying this full-throatedly. No shame at all. No shame at all.
Residents here. You're a visitor here. You don't have the right. Be on your best behavior here. And what we're dealing with is people that don't love the country, people that have radical ties, and I think they're trying to use our laws against us at the time. So I think what the Secretary of State is saying, look, I want to find visa violations. Many of these people have ties to foreign governments. They're trying to have dissent. They're trying to get us to be at each other's necks.
I think it should be illegal to just lie. I'm not gonna like front anymore. I think it should be illegal to go on TV and lie like this. Like to have absolutely no basis in truth for anything that you're saying. Lying is actually so OP. They just completely made up lies. And this is also why, like, it's so frustrating to me that some people are like, the Encampments documentary shouldn't be released and stuff. And again, we don't have to retread the entire conversation, but like, we can't give up on propaganda, man. We need to be like very loudly asserting the truth, because there are a lot of people who do care about what's true and what's like not true. You know, it actually does make a difference. My doggy just came in.
There's necks as well. And so you have to send a message to the people that are visitors. Yes. Don't come in.
Yes. You gonna come hang out in here, Bubba? Oh, it's a good spot.
In my house and spray paint on my wall.
Take over Hamilton Hall.
Look, we have to deal with
I agree with that.
We have the American citizens that are degenerates. We have to deal with them. That is a part of our society. We don't have to deal.
Why? We are just here. We are in fascism. So I just want to run that back. I just want to run this back. Hold on. Listen carefully. Listen to this. Get your ears ready.
We have to deal with
I agree with that.
We have the American citizens that are degenerates. We have to deal with them. That is a part of our society. We don't have to deal with the visitors that are here.
We have to deal with them. No. And I think you might be like, okay, wait, I understand what he's saying a little bit more. But then if you think about it for like 4 more minutes, it's actually way worse. Because he's saying, listen, the degenerates in our society, explicitly Nazi language, borrowing directly from the Nazi, like just Google translating Mein Kampf. You know what I mean? The degenerates in our society, we have to deal with them. But the other ones, we can just deport them. So if what you're seeing is happening to Mahmoud is if you think that's horrific, and you think that is like something that we should all be upset about, they're promising worse for you. They're not dealing with Mahmoud and them. They're deporting them. What does it look like when they deal with us? What does it look like when they deal with the degenerates that they deem throughout the society? This is so fucking Nazi, man. It's just explicit fascist Nazi rhetoric.
And I think that
you're gonna be in DC this weekend? Nah. Yeah, we looked at this earlier tonight. Wait, we didn't look at this. State Department spokeswoman refused to rule out deportations for naturalized citizens who joined pro-Palestine protests last year. When asked, can you tell me, is the U.S. weighing any action against American citizens who spoke out against last year's protest? Tammy Bruce said she cannot confirm or comment on specific actions. This is pretty editorialized. I actually expect better from Dropsite. Wait, let me hear it in full, actually, before I say that. These two things kind of contradict each other, though, so I want to hear it.
Student deportations. Several pro-Israel activist groups are providing US authorities with the names of people involved in last year's pro-Palestinian protests. Among those names are naturalized Americans, people originally from the Middle East but who are now US citizens. Can you tell me, is the US weighing any action against American citizens who spoke out during last year's protests?
Well, I would have to speculate on that. I also, I'm not going to discuss the nature of the diplomatic or strategic conversations that any department in the government's having, let alone the State Department.
It is worth calling out because she could just say no. Like, she could just say, no, you can't deport U.S. citizens. That's not how the law works. Like, we know the law. That's not what she's saying. You know, that's a very easy answer to give here.
What I can tell you is, as just repeating what Secretary Rubio has said.
She did not say no, right?
Is that if you come into this country, if you've lied to get in this country, and you've come into this country and have committed crimes, or have clearly, if you've done something, whereas if you told us you were going to do it when you were applying for that visa, you would never have gotten that visa. And we're going to be very aggressive in the nature of acting on that. He's made that very clear. But I won't discuss the nature of decision-making in that framework or speculate on the nature of what the department will be doing.
Even someone who's become a naturalized U.S. citizen could still be...
Don't draw conclusions because I'm not answering your question. Okay. That's a big mistake.
No, it's actually not, like, it's not hard to do because it's an easy question to answer. Yeah, it's actually like a pretty easy question to answer. There's like zero precedent for this not being an assumption of like, no, citizens are citizens and they're protected by the Constitution. We can't just make up new laws and enforce them on past actions. That's like, she's like not saying that. That's really, it is bad. Technically, everyone is protected by the Constitution. Yeah, of course. But it's like, she wasn't specifically talking about deportation there. I think it's more so like prison camps for Americans. But who knows? Maybe they'll get creative and we'll just have like El Salvador is our new Australia. We're just going to send we're all going to just get sent to El Salvador. Have to lead a one way out and or kind of fucking prison revolt shit, dude.
That's what the Secretary of State is doing.
When I was a child in a military brat growing up, I lived overseas almost exclusively. And when we went to I attended Department of Defense
Impel Down,
and we had to take a class called Host Nation class, where we learned about the host nation and we learned how to be a proper guest in people's country. That is my primary concern with this. And the other concern I have is the thing you touched on, but which needs more attention to, which is the fact that our universities are prioritizing foreign students because they pay full rate tuition. And a lot of these slots belong to American kids. How many valedictorians aren't getting into these elite schools?
All of them.
Because
All of them. There's no Americans at these schools anymore.
White.
if they're white males. This is something.
Yeah, exactly. There's literally no white males in college anymore. I've been saying.
Free Palestine! For Americans.
Trying my best. Thank you for the prime.
That's right. And we need to prioritize that. So I think there's a lot to be said. Yeah. But let's also be careful because we don't want to leave the impression on the world that we are not for free speech.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most.
They sent someone by mistake to El Salvador and said they can't bring it back. In a court filing this evening, the Trump administration said that it had mistakenly deported a Maryland father to CCOT due to an administrative error. But in Monday's court filing, attorneys for the government admitted that the Salvadoran man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was deported accidentally. Although ICE was aware of his protection for removal to El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error, the government told the court. Trump lawyers said the court has no ability to bring him back now that Abrego Garcia is in Salvadorian custody. Yeah, so like just so you know, the government actually already has things to prevent this. You may have heard of them. It's called like a judge and a court. Like due process. Like there's like, you know, it doesn't work perfectly by any means. You know, a lot of innocent people still get the axe in this process. But ideally, it's supposed to prevent shit like this from happening. It's also, I don't understand this. What do you mean Trump lawyers said the court has no ability to bring him back? What do you mean? That makes no sense. You can't ask them. You can't. Yeah, like what? Like what? What does that mean? I'm going to need more explanation on that. I'm going to need more explanation. Can we have a palate cleanser? What's this?
I promise to cut taxes for the rich and use the poor as a
Or Futurama?
teeth for aquarium gravel. Yeah, that'll show those poor.
Why are you cheering, Fry? You're not rich.
True, but someday I might be rich, and then people like me better watch their step. I promise.
Wait, no. Didn't mean to send that one. Well, that was your one, so you better check what you're firing before you send it next time. Wait, sorry, I'm covering up my boy. My dog. That's my dog. Okay, we're moving on. Chat. I have to show you something.
Officer in high-stakes shootout casually listening to Asmonmold during pursuit. Okay, so I did see this. By the way, this is the average Asmonmold viewer. Hero police.
The average Asmonmold viewer. Guy actively committed murder.
Police officer who takes down an armed gunman.
Sometimes people might just have opposite perspectives on things that aren't informed by some sort of foreign power.
Did you hear that, chat? This guy is in an active pursuit listening to Asmonmold in the car. That doesn't shock me at all, actually. It really doesn't. What are the numbers? Link it, chat. Somebody link it. We need the numbers right now. We need the numbers right now, but not yet. We need to finish this first.
Stay in the cars. No fucking way. They even put it on the official video. Yeah, he's probably watching right now.
The official video of the fucking police murder, dude. Oh, that's so cool, dude. Whoa.
Oh, I hope he's doing well. And you know, so this I watched the clip. I saw a little bit of it. So the guy shoots him. He gets shot in the foot. By the way, you're going up against the guy. Look at the dude's gun.
This guy had a drum magazine inside that rifle.
And he
probably planted.
Popped his ass off with a pistol. Are you pro-police? I am massively pro-police. I completely support the police. Absolutely. Like, I've talked to some of the guys at APD too, you know, Austin Police Department. And
my fucking homies, dude, over at Austin Police Department. Yeah, we met at this costume party we went to. You know, they had everybody like dressed in all white, these cool little pointy hats. We lit a fire. It was like a weird cross-shaped fire. But dude, it was the coolest party, man. They had a bunch of beer and Dr. Pepper. It was sick, bro. And I met all these APD officers. It's crazy.
And yeah, they've seen the stuff. They like the stream. They're normal. That's it. Yeah. This is awesome.
They're normal. They're normal over a video of a guy doing a murder. Super normal thing for somebody to do. Also, like, I just want to like point out, if anyone, like, can you imagine? Can you just imagine if like somebody live streamed themselves like tagging a swastika, or maybe like a cyber Tesla truck happens to catch somebody tagging a swastika on a Tesla Cybertruck wearing Hassan merch or something like that? Can you imagine the blowback that would exist for that kind of situation? And meanwhile, this guy just like, he literally went from listening to Asmonmold to killing somebody.
They not like us. They not like us.
Jedi, thank you for the gifted sub.
Jedi Chai gifted a tier 1 subscription to Aga.
Are you trying to get Hassan on the news? No, I'm not saying. Don't do that. I'm not saying do that. Don't do that. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out that the video is a guy listening to a content creator and then going and killing somebody, and we're all watching him proudly championing this and being like, "This is base, dude. Yeah, super base." You know, like, dude.
Police, is that good or bad? Militarized price. You understand this is the gun that the suspect had, right? You're talking about militarized police. He's got a pistol, but you can very clearly hear
was driver's side door.
Sometimes people might just have opposite perspectives on things that aren't informed by some sort of foreign power.
I hope he gets better and, you know, just traditional, everyday Asmonmold viewer.
Okay, we need it right now.
Stop
scrolling.
Right now. I demand it. To give
Stop scrolling right now.
Diarrhea. Repeat these numbers.
322-9071.
322-9071.
322-9.
Do your duty, chat.
71.
Make a cop have diarrhea right now.
Stop scrolling right now. I demand it. To give a police officer diarrhea, repeat these numbers.
322-9071. 9071.
That's right. We play this frequently. So if you're my FBI agent, If you're my FBI surveillance, you better get some fucking good ass diapers, brother. You better be drinking a lot of fluids and getting some good diapers. Matter of fact, just set up a TV across from your toilet and stay there. This is going to be a long day. All right?
Hey guys, I wanted to talk to you all about what my reason was for getting suspended on Twitch and also what my plans are going forward. I think this has been something that's a long time coming. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into this. I don't like making apologies because I think words don't matter. But I do think changed actions and changed behaviors do. And so you can take my apology.
Jedi Chai with 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much.
As hopefully better
Jedi
content.
Chai gifted
And
10
if you're not seeing that, I want you to hold me accountable. Hopefully this time I won't be stupid enough to ignore it. Mouth is pretty dry. Anyway, I'm just going to focus on myself for a while, try to improve my own life. You guys deserve a much better version of me than what you've been getting. And I hope that I can live up to that in the future.
Oh no. That's for making cops have diarrhea. Thank you. Appreciate the support.
Man,
dude, Amon Animations is truly like, he is such a talented caricature artist. You know? Like, something about this captures Asmon so perfectly well. Like, there's just, I don't know what it is about this, the face, that it's so perfect. It's exactly who he is.
Man, it's been a crazy 2 weeks, I'll tell you that. Trump is, he's coming out with some plans. This is the time where you can say elections have consequences. We are in for 4 years of some of the best content that I think we've seen in a long time.
So, oh my God.
They're doing this thing with like these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport people, and it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Yeah, exactly. That'd be really good content.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We can ride along with the Gestapo. Yeah, so fucking cool content, dude.
It would be. Your statement about not voting to disadvantage yourself is really blowing up on X with strong support. Well, of course it is. Of course, it's just a logical perspective to have. Now, there's a bunch of emotionally unstable retards on the internet that like to distort reality. But no, of course, I'm not going to vote for somebody who's going to say that someone else is going to have a privilege that I can't have. Why the fuck would I ever do that? That's the most retarded thing you can imagine. So, no, of course, that's like, I mean, why don't I just vote to have somebody shoot me? Holocaust is a lie? Guys, I'm not one of these Holocaust deniers. I think the Holocaust probably happened. I think,
dude, this take was, oh my God.
Probably 99% certainty it happened.
The Nazi. Yeah, you should. That should have been an instant ban, dude. I'm sorry. Twitch, what are you doing? Twitch, what are we doing? What are we doing, Twitch?
Burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that. It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. Look at this. People wonder, are tax dollars used to promote wokeness in video games? Answer is yes. USAID paid Politico millions of dollars a year to write pieces like this one, which promotes diversity and describes Gamergate as disinformation and harassment campaign. So this is the thing, guys. I want these people to suffer because that's what they did to me. Get rid of them.
That's what they did to me. What a little baby, dude. Can you imagine? He's like, I want people to suffer because I am suffering. And all you do is sit at your fucking computer and play shitty. You play video games mediocrely and make tens of millions of dollars a year. Like, how? Dude, you don't even live in the world, man. You don't live in the real world at all, man. You don't know anything about suffering. Holy fuck.
Make an example of them. Say, listen, this is what happened.
And what is he actually talking about? He said, like, somebody made him feel bad on a tweet. He read a tweet one time that made him reconsider, like, you know, just like understand like privilege. And he said that made me feel sad. I hate that person. The tweet wasn't about him. You know what I mean?
I want these people to suffer because that's what they did to me. Get rid of them. Make an example of them. Say, listen, this is what happens. Gamers rise up. What goes around? Yep, what goes around comes around. And we're coming. Mute the stream for about a minute if you don't want to hear something really bad. So I walked down to the store the other day, and I could tell that the back of my pants, my dick and balls, was getting a little bit too cold. Now, that doesn't happen a lot. And I look, and I realize part of the back of my sweatpants had been eaten away because we had a rat infestation in our house. And one of the rats had gotten trapped in my room, and it had eaten, I guess, sweat and dried cum off of the back of my sweatpants, and the entire back of it was gone. Nah, incel attitude? Well, I guess I'm an incel. And I think everybody else should be too. And if there's
well, I guess I'm an incel, and everybody else should be too.
Change the rules. And I think that's what we should do. Do I want my tax money going towards litigating people that like lollies? No. I think that if you're in this country and you commit any crime that's worse than jaywalking and you're not a citizen, I want you deported. Yep. Get the fuck out. People used to bring their families to watch lynchings. People are more than willing to do something that's horrible if they think that they're doing it for the right reason.
Never stop. Amon animations. Never stop. Never stop. Holy fuck. My Elon Musk video is next. Ooh, fuck yeah. Sharky with the 1400 bits. Thank you so much. What up, Speed Racer? How's it going? That was amazing. Chat, that was amazing. Go share this with everybody. Go, like, you know, go show love. What's this?
Oh, says incel for life. Asmon is the GOAT, says incel for life.
I think this guy came into my stream too. Incel for life. I think I remember him coming into my stream too. I was like, is this like a funny, ironic username or like, what's the deal? Sounds familiar? Yeah, I think it was here. I think I remember that. I didn't even think I had to ban him. He just like got bored and left. Like, fine. That's fine. Most people who say shit like that, because I'm reading every chat message, you know, it's like the chat's not moving that fast. Like, they just want to say some dumb shit and like get ignored. When you actually like, I would say for like 75 to 80% of them, when you actually like address what they're saying, they disappear. Like poof, just in the cloud of smoke, they just disappear. Okay.
Well, it is a movement of anger and hate, a wave of anti-Elon.
Dude, I need to watch more Fox News shit. I'm sorry. Wait, what is this? What are you saying? All that's important is that you say a thing. Wait, well, huh? Who are you even talking to?
Musk protests erupting across America. It happened
Okay, yeah.
all during the weekend.
Yeah, Fox News is actually like incredible content. I need to react to this shit more often.
Well, it is a movement of anger and hate, a wave of...
The way she hit that H, dude. Anger and hate.
Of anti-Elon Musk protests erupting across America. It happened.
Listen, we need the meme. The meme from Toy Story of Andy dropping Woody. And it's like, I'm no longer like, but Woody is anti-Semitism. And now it's anti-Elon hate. We have moved on. Fox News no longer cares about anti-Semitism. I don't want to play with you no more. We are now concerned about the racist hatred of specifically Elon Musk.
Happened all during the weekend as left-wing...
Elon Musk is a protected minority. I mean, there's only one of him. So how could you be more of a minority? There's only one. He's the richest person in the world. That's pretty minority, you know what I mean?
Protesters targeted over 200 dealerships, showrooms, and charging stations under the banner of Take Tesla Down. It's a movement. Apparently, they don't have any problem taking away people's jobs, because if you destroy the employee workplace, how can you hire people? Anyway, they're protesting senior advisor Elon Musk's efforts to cut out government waste through the Department of Government Efficiency. However, some agitators are still resorting to violence. Is that what we're calling them now? Agitators?
Yes, look, violence. Look at they're showing you the violence down here on the bottom. Who will think who will think of the Hot Wheels toys? These fucking monsters are breaking little Hot Wheel toys. Listen, an ant could have used that. An ant could have driven that to his workplace.
Agitators, they're violent. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-hosts Emily Campagno and Kayleigh McEnany. Also joining us today, Jerry Willis, Fox Business correspondent, and Jeremy Hunt, Veterans on Duty chairman and former Army intelligence captain. Well, now the White House is deeming the attacks on Tesla to be domestic terror.
Cool. Yeah, really cool. I've said this 100 times, but it's worth saying again. Just so the government understands, if you make everything terrorism, you kind of make nothing terrorism. You're kind of like taking the entire, like, the gravity of that accusation and that word, when you throw it at like random old ladies protesting at a Tesla facility, you kind of like kill the entire point of it. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't really mean anything anymore. And if you want to even go a little bit further in the thought of it, like, if you start charging people with domestic terror for just like very mundane actions like protesting or vandalism, like somebody who may have done protesting or vandalism might choose to do something worse, more harmful. And I think that's bad. Personally, I think that's a bad idea for we should not go down that path. You should just like charge them with like vandalism or something. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to do this. You can just stop right here, you know? Like, I hope somebody like thinking about this, because it feels like we're going down a bad path. I just want to say, you know what I mean?
Yes, that's more like it. Vehicles and dealerships have been pelted with bullets and Molotov cocktails, causing hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage, and a lot of frightened people driving Teslas. Just this past weekend, protesters encouraged behavior just like that. That's not protesting.
Raylan, most of them would be chill with that. Most of them would be fine with that. Because they can still just say, oh, well, that's not going to be me. You know, that's going to be somebody else, not me. So I don't care.
New York, they held up signs that read, "Burn a Tesla, save democracy." And this video shows what happened in Texas. The moment
Dude, this video is awesome. Wait, this video is so funny. I love this video.
Shows what happened in Texas. The moment an anti-Tesla agitator...
Dude, his handlebars broke. He snaps them back into place. Flips this shit in reverse. What is he even driving? Like, brother made this. Like, this is like a home. Yeah, he built this shit himself, man. This is cool as hell.
Into the side of unsuspecting Tesla owner's vehicle. The victim, fortunately, was not in the car when it happened. But she...
Yeah, because if he was, like what? Like what, dude? Also, chat, be very careful if you're ever driving through a parking lot. You need to be paying extra close attention. You are one text message away, one child darting out in front of you to turn in the wrong way, and now you're committing domestic terror. You know, if you accidentally hit a Cybertruck, just fucking, you know what I mean? You better call your lawyer right there. Right then and there.
As the incident has left her living in fear.
It's hurting more of the innocent victims than it is the people that they're trying to hurt every day.
Yeah, you fumble your keys next to a Tesla and they go and they fall into the Tesla. Sorry, straight to CCOT. God forbid you're a smoker and you have to have a cigarette and you flick it, not unknowingly, that it is gonna go right into the back of a Tesla's, cab, and they're so flammable. Apparently, any fire nearby them spreads to the next one.
Every day, every second that I have to get in my vehicle, I do worry, and I do worry if I'm gonna be in it when they decide to hurt it.
Trump senior advisor Musk is calling out Democrats.
Yeah, you should sell that car. Yeah, you should, if you can find someone to buy it, that is. Because I don't know, I heard the market's kind of rough right now. It's a pretty stupid decision to buy that car in the first place, but you know what I mean?
Isn't it shocking how much violence and hatred is coming from the left? I mean, isn't it supposed to be the party that they claim to be the party of empathy? And yet they're burning Teslas and shooting up dealerships and calling for the death of the president and me. I'm like guys, this is insane. Like, they're totally gone psycho. I mean, it's really like, I totally understand if somebody doesn't want to buy a product. Yeah, it's up to you. It's a free country, but you don't have to burn it down. Okay? But much. That's somebody else's car. Leave it alone.
Dude, this makes it all worth it, to be honest. I love how much he cries about it. He's so sad. He's such a little sad boy about it. Like, and that is the one thing about Elon that is like kind of low-key, like, it's like the one gratifying part of having him in public life is that he needs to be liked. Elon has such a deep desire and like a need to be liked. And he's obviously never going to be liked because he's a fucking Nazi. And so your shit actually like bothers him.
Is this? What's your profanity?
Yo, Agent Choco Love, thank you so much for the Prime.
Sub or whatever.
Thank you so much for the Prime. Also, it's so funny, like, you thought you could do this. You really thought that you could be the richest person to ever exist and then, like, cut aid going to starving children in Africa, and that, like, there wouldn't be, like, have you never read a book? You've never read a book about revolution, or like you've never like consumed any kind of like media. Like, we know what happens when this kind of thing. And if you think that's psycho, yikes. I'm just saying. What do you think that's psycho? Just wait.
Look, a bit of levity there. We could all use it around this topic, but I'm just going to start calling it the Democrat-owned protest at this point. And it really isn't protesting. It is domestic terrorism, setting stuff on fire, blowing stuff up.
I also love how they're like conflating like the weekly protests happening at Tesla dealerships, which are probably like, we've watched a few videos of these protests. They're like old white people, liberals. Like, they're just really like liberals who are trying to do their hashtag resistance. Like, that is where the hashtag resistance from 2016, that's where it's materialized right now, is at Tesla protests. And so they're trying to say that these kind of like very tame and like, you know, liberal protests, mostly just old women holding signs. They're trying to act like these are riots and that the burning is happening at these protests, which is not the case. These are isolated individual actions that random people in different cities are taking. You know, there is no conflation of them. There is no coordination. The burning is happening in Europe anyway. Wait, I didn't even know there was burning happening in Europe, but it's certainly happening in the United States as well. It happened in Kansas City and Vegas. There's been like isolated incidents of like vandalism, meaning like spray paint or keying or, you know, otherwise doing damages. Did any dealerships actually get shot? Not while they're open. I think most of the vandalism on dealerships happens after hours when nobody's there. And so it's just like one person walking up and doing you know, a property destruction and then leaving, right? So
couldn't agree more. That's exactly what it is. And where is the Democrat leadership?
That's exactly right.
And say, look, this is not who we are.
They're owning it.
Oh yeah, Aboba. That is interesting. There was that guy that was on like Christmas, right? The veteran who blew up a Cybertruck. Yeah, that was kind of the precursor to all this.
You doing that?
Oh, it was on New Year's. Yeah, yeah.
There's no ownership of that. Where is Hakeem Jeffries? I mean, you see him, he's on socials all the time. There's a photo op, he's there. But when it comes to time for actual leadership.
Chat, somebody look into that. I bet that guy was paid by George Soros to kick off this whole thing. Chat, somebody get that guy's crypto wallet. Let's check the blockchain. Chat.
To actually call out his own party and say, hey, look, this is not what we should be doing. He's nowhere to be found. I mean, so that tells me that they have a lack of leadership and really a lack of any integrity to stand up and say this is unacceptable. And that's what Democrat leaders need to get their head around right now.
Well, and Emily,
I gotta pee.
Again, I'm not going to wait for them to take responsibility. We'll just call it the Democrat-led, because if you don't try to change something, what are you doing? You're choosing it.
And the other thing is, if there's not a deterrence, then people will continue doing this. So I want to dig into a little bit about your point about domestic terrorism. Let's take Washington State, for example, that enjoys sort of a self-identification as radicals, but really what they are domestic terrorists. And the reality is that 20%, a record year in 2023 in Washington State, were sold EV vehicles. So that means a large proportion of that were Teslas. So that means that almost 20% of all the vehicles in Washington State might be Teslas. It's in their best interest to come out swinging, to charge every single one of those people with domestic terrorism. And then I argue, since in addition to being totally destroyed, that poor woman that you interviewed earlier, where she says up to $5,000, maybe even more dollars worth of damage on her Tesla. Well, make sure that these criminals pay for it. Make sure that they're then punitively charged with 3 times the amount. I mean, let's get some deterrence in here, because at the end of the day, if there isn't such, if we don't charge them, make them be on the hook for the monetary damage, and then show them that this is unacceptable, then they're just going to keep doing it and patting themselves on the back for so.
All right, you mentioned Hakeem Jeffries, former Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and House Minority Leader right now. I'm sure he'd love the Speaker job if he could get his hands on it. Hakeem Jeffries were at a loss for words when chased down for a comment about the violence against Elon Musk and Tesla.
Tell us what you think about what's happening with the Tesla products, the violence at the dealerships. What's your take on the situation?
Sorry, I'm a little bit late here right now.
What's your take on it? Do you denounce the violence?
Well, she's late in a lot of ways.
Could you imagine if Mike Johnson was run down or John Thune was run down and they said, what do you think about the burning of a business of a liberal? And they just turn their head. I mean, these are people driving in their vehicles I've seen. And then, people try to hurt them, you saw
Force
that
them off the
four-wheeler,
road.
force them off
Yep.
the road. And then
Yep.
that stationary vehicle that incurred all that damage from that four-wheeler there. It's insane that they won't call this out. So too are the protests themselves insane. I watched video of one in Manhattan. These protesters had these coffin-shaped posters. And on these coffin-shaped posters, they were laying down, like faking death. And the coffin-shaped posters had these messages: killed by the system 2025. Well, you weren't killed. You're alive and you're protesting with coffin-shaped posters. Death by Doge bite. I guess points for creativity there. Doge bite. Musk made Trump out Social Security. Not sure what that one means. NIH cuts cancer research. Medicaid cuts killed me. Didn't kill you. You're still alive. And RIP Medicaid. Rest in peace, Medicaid.
Wait, all right. Wait, Medicare cuts killed me. Didn't kill me. You're still like, can we look into that? What is that? Like, that person could actually die. That person could actually be dead. Like, somebody's like, I'm dying. And you're like, well, you're not dead yet. So shut the fuck up. Fire at Tesla dealership near Rome destroys 17 cars. It's got to be a firmware issue. I don't know. At first, I thought it was like maybe it's a bug in their system that's causing these spontaneous combustions, but I think it's firmware. It's got to be at this point. That's so many cars to all spontaneously combust at the same time. Hard to imagine.
Devoid of facts. Elon Musk came out about this Manhattan protest and said, I've not cut Medicaid, Social Security, unless you consider cutting fraud out of these programs, which saves the system, cutting them. They have not cut benefits for anyone. But where are the facts from these protesters? Shame on anyone promoting these protesters, and shame on the liberal media for suggesting Elon Musk was doing a Nazi hand signal when he was.
Like, dude, you're just lying. That's why you're not showing any of the images from the protests, except for the one of the hilarious clip. Please show the clip again of the Hot Wheel toys being smashed. Like, that's why you're not cutting to B-roll, because you know that you're just making this shit up. The mass slandering of like any kind of protest or any kind of resistance is so predictable and boring.
Is not. You have demonized this man, and the outgrowth of that has been violence.
Yeah, but you know that liberals often like to compare everything to slavery and the Holocaust.
Of course
I mean,
they do.
as if those points in history were not horrific enough and deserve their own lane and respect.
Exactly.
I mean, it's
Yeah, we would like to not do that again. That's why we bring it up. Also, like, slavery is still happening now. You just don't care about the people that it's happening to. Just like people didn't care about the people it was happening to when there was chattel slavery in the 1800s. Like, that, it's the exact same reasons it exists now were the same back then.
unbelievable, their lack of imagination. Jerry, let's talk just money here.
Yes.
When you talk about the earth cutting that goes into making an EV, right, for that battery.
Oh, yeah,
and the car blows up. Emily alluded to this. Even if you didn't have to pay for the shell of the car, those batteries are very
Dude, I
expensive.
love this.
We don't even.
I love that they're like, have you ever, listen, sweetie, have you considered the lithium? They're about to be like, I wonder how they'll walk this tightrope. Do you know what I mean? Because they're at the same time they have to glaze Elon. They have to be like, wait, you guys care about. So you say you care about the environment, and yet you're blowing up electric vehicles. Very interesting, sweetie. But then now you're like, well, what about the lithium mines? Like, are you gonna talk about the working? Are you gonna use the poor working conditions in Elon's lithium mines as a dunk on the protesters? That's awesome.
Even have in this country a lot of the materials to make them, so we have to buy more through China. I mean, these people hate the country because they have not figured any of this out, and all of it is.
Okay, I mean, she weaved in a way I didn't expect. It went at first I thought it was, and then it went that, you know what I mean? I thought it was gonna, and then she went over here she went China. I would never have guessed China. You're anti-American because burning Tesla helps China. That's okay, cool.
It is expensive.
So the young woman we quoted, we ran her sound here talking about losing, her Tesla attack.
It's also funny because like Elon could just like step down and sell his like stock. Like he can't sell his stock because the value would evaporate even faster than it already is. But he like, you could like step back away from these companies more than you are already. Like publicly distance yourselves from them. If you gave a fuck,
She said, this was my dream car. And you said $5,000, $7,000 worth of damage, probably more. This is terrible. And I just wanted to talk about money in this way. Follow the money. That's what you've got to do.
Elon just sold X to XAI? Is that like just another company that he owns also?
Right? Who is paying for this? And this is a question that Elon Musk is asking. And when you look at the reporting on this, what you find is that a lot of this cash is coming from the Democratic Progressive Party. It's coming from people who are liberals.
Is George Soros on that list?
Did not see George Soros' name.
Of course.
But there is an organization called, get this, the Climate Defenders. They want to protest Elon Musk's Tesla.
Who are they funded by?
These are the people. I don't have that.
Iran.
I'm going to dig deeper.
Probably Iran.
But let me just finish my thought here.
I don't know why do they think it costs money to protest? I know it comes from they're like, well, I would never care about anything except for money. And so if I'm not making money, I'm not leaving my house. I'm just going to make more money. Like that's how they think. So I understand maybe they don't get it. Like, yeah, the slaves need to always be working. Right. But like organizing doesn't cost money. Like you can just do the work yourself for free. In fact, every organizer I've ever met has like, I think I've met a few people who get paid organizing, and that's dope. That's great. If you can work that, more power to you. But I feel like a lot of their time is still kind of gummed up in fundraising because, newsflash, George Soros does not actually fund any of us. I've never seen a George Soros check. I wish I had.
There are people who are calling for lower emissions, and that's exactly
we get Chuck Dye's checks.
Elon Musk, the great innovator, is providing. He's reducing emissions. So, I mean, this is just crazy. And this is cash. This is money on the bill.
Calm like a Tom checks. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about with the 10 gifted. Thank you, Calm like a Tom.
These aren't grassroots, people rising up. No. It's, your progressives at work.
And what, in your estimation, flipped the switch? Because they were willing to go out and buy these cars. I mean, seriously, it wasn't just that other people had them. Some of them had them.
No. Wait, are you really asking this question? Like, what changed? Why do liberals not? You don't understand. Wait. You just did 10 minutes of coverage on this and you don't understand why it's happening? This should be disqualifying. You shouldn't be able to talk about this. Everybody knows why it's happening, man. What? Tesla Cybertruck ripped in half by a Mercedes built like a tank? A Mercedes driver reportedly suffered a medical episode that led to a crash, ripping the bed off of a Cybertruck. Jesus Christ. Wait, what? Can I see the BMW or
You probably saw or heard about this scary scene at the Star in Frisco Friday. Police now tell us that a driver had a medical emergency before crashing into 7 cars. Thankfully, no one was in the damaged cars at the time of the crash. The driver who hit the cars was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. Police say there is nothing to suggest that the crash was intentional. No charges are being filed at this time.
Chatters with a history of epilepsy. File that one.
Donald Trump.
File that one.
Trump. I actually think this is where all the venom is coming from.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno.
I'm joking.
Not long after the
I'm joking. Reports indicate that the driver was an off-duty police officer experiencing extreme diarrhea. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh my god. Taylor Lorenz, friend of the show, is also made a video about this. Here's a link. I'm gonna pin it in the chat if I can figure out how to do that. Okay, please go support Taylor. God damn it, why can't I pin it? Okay, there we go. Go support Taylor. We like Taylor a lot. I think Taylor has a very Taylor's very bright and has a lot of like takes that I think are extremely nuanced and also like not always the most like popular take to have on the internet. I think she's very principled and like I don't know. I have a lot of respect for Taylor. Taylor rules. So let's check out her newest video on Tesla's downfall.
The election on December 17th, 2024, Tesla's valuation hit an all-time high of $1.5 trillion. Many analysts attributed the stock's gains to Elon Musk's help in financing President Donald Trump's election victory. But since that time, the company's stock, which was once considered invincible, has now dropped 45% from that high in December. Sales are plummeting, dealerships are overrun with protests, and Teslas on the street are being subject to petty vandalism. It's gotten so bad that Tesla owners are rebadging their cars, replacing the Tesla logo and other identifying features with the names and ornaments of other
That's awesome.
Makers to make them look like more benign car brands like Audi. Protesters are urging the public to divest from Tesla by selling their vehicles and shares of Tesla stock. One Cybertruck owner even tried to go with the bumper sticker of "I bought this before Elon went crazy."
I saw this one. This seems fake as fuck, but it's still funny.
And got fact-checked on his own car. All of this is happening because
like, what is this? This is so cap. Yeah.
Elon went crazy.
I don't know how this happens.
And got
me when I just bring my laptop and sticker printer with me outside always. Like, really, dude? Really?
Own car. All of this is happening because of
why not? What do you mean, why not? Come on.
Elon Musk. Since Trump took office and appointed Musk as the head of the very poorly named Department of Government Efficiency, Musk has facilitated the undue firing of tens of thousands of government employees. Many of these workers held critical jobs like doing infectious disease research at the CDC or air traffic controllers. But now it's looking like Tesla is in trouble, and Musk's involvement in politics and increasingly radical actions could be the company's downfall. Today, let's break down how the Tesla takedown began.
That's what I'm saying too, Blasian. I think it's like the same person put both stickers on for a tweet. That's what I don't think this is some, you know what I mean, rogue person putting it on there.
Says about our current political moment. Let's start with pre-Elon Tesla. Tesla was founded in July 2003 by engineers Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning. They both wanted to create an electric sports car.
What's that, Theo Brahma? Goblin Tech. Gawk. No, you can't just vanish. You can't just vanish. Oops, wrong chat. Do you want to let us know what chat you were in? That this could have been relevant? Whoops. Classic moon chatter?
That could rival traditional gas power.
When did Moon start streaming on Chatterbait?
vehicles in both performance and style. They named the company after the famed inventor Nikola Tesla, who studied the effects of electricity and invented our AC electrical supply system. In February 2004, Musk led Tesla's initial round of investment, contributing $6.35 million and becoming the company's largest shareholder and chairman of the board. Musk's involvement was pivotal. He played a significant role in product design and strategic direction. A major milestone under Musk's leadership was the development and launch of the Tesla Roadster in 2008. The sports car demonstrated that electric vehicles could be both high-performing and cool-looking, which is something that no one thought electric cars could be at that point. The Roadster's success laid the foundation for Tesla's future models and established the company's reputation as an innovative disruptor in the auto space. In October 2008, Musk takes the wheel. The company was facing financial challenges and internal conflicts, and Musk assumed the role of CEO, finally moving the original founders out of the driver's seat. To his credit, he steered Tesla through the global financial crisis and oversaw the company as it continued to grow. In 2012, Tesla unveiled the Model S. The car was the first major electric luxury sedan, and it very quickly received praise for its performance, safety, and design. The Model S solidified Tesla's position in the automotive industry. He showed that electric vehicles could appeal to a wider audience. From there through most of the 2010s, Musk was on cruise control during his real-life Tony Stark.
Your setup is really coming together. I like it. Yeah, what do you think could be better? I think I have one option. I want to put something else on this wall back here. This space. Other than that, I think it's pretty perfect. I think we're pretty perfect. I'm not sure. Maybe get a small little art for this area. Small little art for there. For that, you know. Another disco light. A body pillow corner. Get the Gardevoir life-size plush. You stop. Needs a poster of Hassan. It's actually funny because above the watermelon up here is a photograph that was taken by a good friend of mine that I really love. It's an awesome photograph. It's like here. You probably can't see it because of the light right now, but it's a photograph of Adam Conover, Hassan, and me, like in the moment. I'm filming them both, and they're there. It's just it's an iconic photo. I'm happy to be a part of it. Well, I printed it out and I framed it, dude. Yeah, I'm proud of my accomplishments.
Era. Musk used Tesla to position himself as a champion.
Is it signed by Hassan? No, I would be way too embarrassed, and that would be. I would feel very cringe asking that. We're peers. I don't get signatures. I don't get signatures by Hassan.
Sustainability and innovation. Musk's advocacy for renewable energy, alongside Tesla's mission to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy, bolstered his image as a liberal hero. He built a persona as a forward-thinking tech entrepreneur, a rich guy who actually cared about the.
He's back.
Just made Musk.
You should sign it. I should sign it and give it to Hassan. That's a better. You're right. That's a much better idea. That's a much better idea.
Famous and politically relevant. It also made him an ungodly amount of wealth. But there are signs that that wealth was starting to change him. In 2018, a more online Elon emerged, and we all got to see it.
Welcome to Elon Online.
His public persona began to shift
Damn, these graphics are good.
Entrepreneur to billionaire embroiled in controversy. He began to express more radical opinions and exhibit unpredictable behavior. In April 2018, he tweeted an April Fool's joke about Tesla going bankrupt, cratering the company's stock. Investors were livid about the post, given the company's financial struggles at the time. A few months later, in July 2018, a Thai boys soccer team was trapped in a cave. For some reason, Musk offered a submarine to assist in the operation. Vernon Unsworth, a British diver involved in the rescue, dismissed Musk's proposal as a PR stunt and suggested that Musk, quote, stick his submarine where it hurts. He was one of the only people who had ever publicly rebuked Musk. Musk was irate. He went on a multi-week meltdown where he referred to Unsworth as, quote, pedo guy on Twitter, a completely baseless accusation. Musk later apologized, but Unsworth filed a defamation lawsuit. Even though Musk eventually won, it was becoming clear that he wasn't the benevolent do-gooder he'd been portrayed as in the media for so many years. Less than a month later, on August 7th, 2018, Musk tweeted, quote, "I'm considering taking Tesla private at $420. Funding secured." The announcement sent shockwaves through the financial community. It implied a significant shift in Tesla's corporate structure. Investors freaked out, especially when it was revealed that Musk had not actually secured any funding. The SEC charged him with securities fraud, stating that his claims were, quote, "false and misleading." Musk was forced to step down as Tesla's chairman and pay a $20 million fine. This wasn't the only time that Musk's tweets landed Tesla in hot water. That same year, Musk also tweeted that Tesla workers could lose their stock options if they unionized. Obviously, this was perceived as a threat against unionization efforts. The National Labor Relations Board ruled that this tweet violated labor laws, ordering Musk to delete it and reinstate a fired employee. Unfortunately, this ruling was overturned in 2024. But still, Musk's public behavior during this period became increasingly
Biden's an LRB.
And smoked a giant blunt, and people began to question his judgment as CEO of a major public company. So there were bumps in the road, and Elon seemed somewhat erratic, but Tesla continued to grow. But then COVID creates conservative Elon. In March 2020, COVID.
He never inhaled. Who cares, dude? Everybody fucking smokes weed. If that's the thing, if you're upset about Elon smoking weed, I'm sorry. You're a Nazi. Like if that's the thing you're still upset about, fuck you. Like you are not the person. Okay, come on, dude. Come on.
It changed the world, it changed culture, and it seemed to change Elon and not.
It's like the only likable thing he's ever done. Yeah, I don't care. Also, he's like on ketamine now. Which sucks, because that used to be a cool drug and now it's not. Just like they did with acid. These fucking Silicon Valley losers take our drugs and they make them not cool. Maybe that's a gift, though. Do you think that's a gift, maybe? Nah. Because there's still people buying it because of them. Microdose, bros? Yeah, I never microdosed. I've only macrodosed, baby. You know what I mean?
Not in a good way.
Only macrodosed that shit.
The virus emerged. Musk appears to have experienced some.
I've only done ketamine once. And I didn't really care for it. I don't know. Maybe I didn't do enough. Or something. I just didn't have that good of an experience. I kind of just felt like I was like a little, like I felt like drunk, but I wasn't drunk. I don't know.
Break. He almost immediately began denying the most basic facts about the virus.
Am I a bad leftist if I've never done drugs? No. That's totally fine. We're not, sobriety is fucking sick as hell. If you're sober, that's fucking W. Good for you. I can't. I mean, I just, it's hard being out here. Yeah, being sober is fucking super dope. Super, super dope. W. Raylin, 272 days. Let's fucking go.
That cases would be at 0 by April 2020. He denied that the disease was harmful and forced Tesla workers back into factories without.
If I was an alcoholic still, I'd be banned. I mean, listen, Raylin, we love you in chat regardless, but you would get drunk and type in chat, and then you'd come back and be like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so embarrassed." And I'd just be like, "You were fine." We have much weirder chatters, but I understand. It's okay. Like, if everybody feels a certain type of way about a certain type of thing. But from our perspective, I think it was like you were just being a little bit goofier than normal. It was totally fine. Like I still appreciated having you in here.
Our lives for corporate profit. When the government ordered temporary shutdowns in his production,
but we're proud of you. We're proud of you.
The virus, Musk went ballistic
in your sobriety.
He became increasingly radicalized and reactionary, and was spending hours online posting right-wing propaganda.
Hybrid's in here sometimes, but he's got a
declared his intention.
Listen, him and Carter got a thing. Okay, I'm not trying to get in on that. When we get Hybrid in here, it's a great time, but That's Carter's pet. I can't be asking for a Hybrid in here. I gotta know my barrier, gotta know the boundaries. I'm worried about AK. Dude, read AK's last messages. He's like, I got a girlfriend. Trump won the election. Like, I'm not on the computer anymore because I'm too busy fucking my girlfriend. And we were like, wow, cool, dude. Cool, dude. For people who don't know, when I was like a much smaller streamer, I used to have a chatter. His name was AK2122121 or something like that. And he would come in every night. Every single stream was in my chat and would be here for the entire night. And the only thing he would type was like ridiculous fucking. Here, let me see if is this him? Oh yeah, bro. He would say the most insane shit in here. And it was so fun. It was so fun. From October 2024. Guys, please, we're 3 weeks away from the election. Hear me out. He was just always Trump posting. He just wanted to convince us to Trump post. I miss Ghost Rider? Yeah, where the frick is Ghost Rider? Dude, this guy was like, you're such a communist. Just get over it. Your ideas are fringe and will not see the light of day. Become a conservative starting today. Like he always typed like he was a salesman. Oh man. Trump is greater than Harris is like saying common sense is greater than radicalism. You guys know I'm right, but refuse to accept it. He'd also get so mad if we banned him. He would get so mad if we banned him. I have rights to freedom of speech, he said. Oh, man. Oh, this is a good night. It's called Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I should be a mod. If you truly believe in DEI, you should promote me to mod. AK for mod 2024. Let's vote on this. I will personally make moderating great again. Dude, look, this guy was in here all the time. Like, I swear to God, he was in here every fucking night. Every fucking night. He was in here every night. How did you get your setup to look near identical to your LA stream room? What? This doesn't look anything like my LA stream room. What do you mean? It's so much better. It's so much better. What are you talking about?
Republican. He railed against the Democratic Party and quote unquote woke politics. He called the Democrats, quote, the party of division and hate.
It does to me. I think you just forgot how the old one looks.
Conspiracies about LGBTQ people, despite having a trans daughter named Vivian. He propagated hateful ideologies like the Great Replacement Theory, which posits that elites are attempting to replace white native-born populations with immigrants. Then Elon went full MAGA, or as he later put it, dark MAGA. In 2020, he established America PAC, a super political action committee aimed at supporting Republican candidates.
Yo, Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub to AK, bringing him back. Let's go. Bring AK back. No, I love this. Yes, thank you. I hope he gets an email notification and comes back. W gifted for real. We need AK back.
Notably Donald Trump. Musk committed approximately $45 million per month to this PAC, making him one of the largest, if not the largest, individual political donors in the 2024 election cycle. This substantial financial investment showed a deepening commitment to conservative politics and Musk's desire
I wonder who he's watching now, Prodigy.
Landscape directly. After the attempted assassination of Trump over the summer, Musk publicly endorsed the president on X, stating,
Asmon? Yeah, you're right.
Needs strong leadership, and President Trump embodies that strength.
Wait, can we search his logs on Asmon's channel? I really need to see AK's logs on Asmon's channel right now. That's possible, right? He has to be. Let me see if I have it logged. Okay.
Endorsement marked a clear alignment with Trump's political agenda and solidified Musk's position within the conservative sphere. On January 20th, when Trump was sworn into office in the Capitol Rotunda, Musk was seated mere feet away, closer, in fact, than some of the GOP who would eventually be part of his cabinet. Close to the most powerful man on earth, richer than he'd ever been, and controlling political narratives.
Dude, these graphics are going insane.
This was it, until it wasn't. Immediately after Trump took office, Musk was appointed as the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, a very poorly named, rebranded government agency that he could use to wreak havoc on the federal government. Musk immediately got to work dismantling government agencies that sought to regulate his businesses and also arbitrarily firing thousands of federal workers. For weeks, it seemed that Musk could operate with impunity. As the richest man in the world, he seemed to be unstoppable. But for those who...
She has a comment on about the graphics. My friend Riley edited this video for me. He's a professional editor and TV producer. I don't have the skills to make something like this. Let me know what you think. My next video essay, I'm editing myself, so expect a return to incredibly basic graphics. They're a little flashy. Too many transitions. A lot of people are saying it's distracting. They're a little flashy. I would maybe, if it was me, I'd be like, hey, this is a great job. Like we'll publish this one. For the next one, maybe we just dial down the flash, dial down the, like, you know, the pop off a little bit. Just dial it down a little bit. We still want the content to be the main focus, right? You know?
Aren't super familiar with Musk's finances, you might not realize that Tesla has always been his Achilles heel. Let's break it down. Here's a little Musk math. In 2012, just a little over a decade ago, Musk's net worth was significantly lower. Analysts at that time estimated that he was worth around $2 billion. But by January 2021, that number had surged to $185 billion, primarily due to the soaring value of Tesla shares. As Tesla's growth has continued, Musk's wealth has risen to astronomical heights. In December 2024, Musk's net worth exceeded $400 billion. He became
it's fake money.
Ever amass that level of wealth. Again, Tesla's stock price played a pivotal role in this wealth accumulation.
It's weird because it's like it's fake money, but at the same time he can borrow against it, and so in a way he has like infinite money. Like he can always borrow, like and just like get, you know, credit for any amount of money that he wants permanently. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, if he ever tried to liquidate this, it would be, it's impossible. Like as soon as he started to sell, the price would drop and the value would decrease, you know? So you can't liquidate it, but you can borrow against it. That's the big thing. I fucking love trans people. Rah, true. True, me too. They rule. Trans people fucking rule.
Musk's compensation package is heavily tied to the company's market capitalization and operational milestones. A significant portion of Musk's wealth, nearly 60%,
Sorry, he was doing an itch. I tried to get it to you guys. He was doing an itch.
Is derived directly from his holdings in Tesla. He owns about 13% of the company's shares, which means that fluctuations in Tesla's stock price have a pronounced impact on Musk's personal fortune. For instance, a 36% decline in Tesla's stock since the start of the year has resulted in a loss of over $100 billion for Musk's net worth.
Lol.
At some point, other people...
$100 billion. Oh my God. $100 billion loss for Elon.
Also started to notice these numbers. Actor and filmmaker Alex Winter learned about this vulnerability from a post by sociologist Joan Donovan. She posted on Blue Sky encouraging people to demonstrate at Tesla dealerships. It gave Winter an idea: orchestrate a protest movement against Tesla, leveraging Musk's biggest financial vulnerability. He launched a grassroots movement consisting of fired former Tesla workers and concerned citizens
I like that.
to hit Musk.
Trans Day of Audibility. Trans folks be loud.
Hertz. His movement and others affiliated with it became known as Tesla
What up, Toby?
Takedown, with a website, guide to action, and places to find your local protests. Quote, get involved. Take action at Tesla showrooms everywhere, the website reads. Sell your Teslas, dump your stock, join the picket lines. Hurting Tesla is stopping Musk. Stopping Musk will help save lives and our democracy. The stakes couldn't be higher. No one is coming to save us, not politicians, not the media. Join us, sign up to host or find an action near you. Hashtag Tesla Takedown, hashtag Boycott Tesla. And that gets us to now. This Saturday on March 29th, the group is planning a global day of protest targeting Tesla dealerships nationwide. The movement has garnered.
This is mostly right. What do you take issue with? Trans Day of Edibility. What? What?
Support from celebrities and politicians. Actor John Cusack and
Ayo.
Representative.
Wait, chat. Can you give Tofu a sub now? Did it fix itself, or is Tofu still banned from receiving gifted subs to my channel?
Jasmine Crockett have publicly endorsed Tesla Takedown, participating in events and lending their voices.
You still can't? What the frick?
Employs 3 key strategies. The first is demonstrations. Tesla
What the freak?
Organizes peaceful protests at Tesla showrooms and events to raise awareness and discourage potential customers. Valerie Costa, a community organizer from Seattle and co-founder of the environmental activist group Troublemakers, joined the movement and has been instrumental in organizing local protests. The movement began with picketing at Tesla showrooms in various U.S. cities, including New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. It has since expanded all over. The second Tesla takedown strategy, boycotts. Activists are urging consumers to sell their Tesla vehicles.
Dude, I've been boycotting Tesla my entire life. It's been very successful, as you can tell. I have never purchased a Tesla. It's true. It's true. Yep. Thank you for the applause. Thank you. Thank you. I'll let it die down before we restart the video. I know you guys are all standing up and clapping and hooting and hollering and cheering for me. Yeah, not even one. No. Nope. Never done it. Thank you. Okay. Settle down. Settle down. Settle down, everybody. I know. It's just one of the many sacrifices I must make to be morally superior to you.
Best from Tesla stock. Celebrity investors like Scott Galloway are now publicly saying that when an Uber driver in a Tesla shows up, they're canceling it and asking for a new ride. The number of Tesla owners trading in their cars has just surged to an all-time record high. Vehicles from years 2017 or newer accounted for 1.4% of all trade-ins through March 15th, up from 0.4% that previous year. And Tesla appears vulnerable. This year, the company reported a 1.1% drop in sales in 2024. Marking its first annual decline in 12 years. Searches for used Teslas.
That's going to go down a lot more
from the previous month and 7% from the previous year, signaling that consumers are considering other electric vehicles, according to a February report from cars.com. There are 76 models of.
One of my first streams, you called me weird for never having had a Twitter. Wait, did I really? That's not that weird. I wasn't on Twitter for a really long time. I made a Twitter really early. My Twitter account is super old, but I wasn't using it forever. I used it during Occupy a lot. And then got off of it for a long time after 2012, 2013 probably. And then when I moved back to LA, I was like, okay, well, this is where LA politics is happening. And so I got on Twitter there. Sometimes you just have to find, know where the communities are communicating and get on there. I don't know. That's me personally. When I was in Vietnam, everything was on Facebook. So I was using Facebook a fuckload in Vietnam. Or not. Yeah, that's true. It's funny how different regions have different social media habits. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to communicate as well. Yeah.
Vehicles on the market this year, up from 50.
Yeah, it seems like in general, Insta seems to be a new space, which is not good because Insta is very, very punishing towards political posting. Like, you will get suppressed so fucking quick on that shit. The shadow bans are easy to get. They're hard to get rid of. Like,
articles on cars.com rose 28% over the past year. The third Tesla takedown strategy is shareholder activism. Activists want institutional investors and pension funds to reconsider their holdings in Tesla. Already, Tesla takedown seems to be getting results. The Vancouver International Auto Show excluded Tesla from participation due to safety concerns arising from planned protests. And, as I mentioned at the top, the sustained protests
really dazed. That's funny.
have contributed to a nearly 40% decline in Tesla's value stock since the start of the year, significantly reducing Musk's net worth. The Tesla takedown movement comes at a time when the company is already vulnerable. While Tesla has been synonymous with electric cars for years, as backlash builds, consumers have begun to explore other options. They're realizing that Teslas are not even the best electric cars on the market. In fact, just this week, China's BYD, the leading electric automaker in the world, announced a new charging station that fills a car's battery up 75% of the way in just 5 minutes.
Damn.
Journalist Miles Clean notes,
long before Trump stormed back into office and Musk seized power alongside him, Tesla was trending in the wrong direction. The automaker has steadily lost electric vehicle market share to its competitors, while its largest rival in China is outpacing it with advances in driver assistance software, which Musk has staked out as a cornerstone of his business. Tesla has continually failed to realize Musk's overblown promises of fully autonomous self-driving cars. And
yeah, Two-Based.
Analysts are deep.
No, Two-Based. TikTok is really bad, and it's only gotten worse. But I had a problem with TikTok like a long time ago. I tried to post. So I did an interview with an LA like politician, drag queen, about Pride Month and like this weird like a local city regulation that was designed to target like LGBT people in the city, primarily like gay men. And I did an interview with her, had a really good TikTok made about the event, and then I uploaded it to TikTok, and TikTok was just like, no, it's not eligible for the For You page. So we like changed everything about it. We like I just went down and like censored more and more and more and more of the video, and I could never get to the point where I could just like publish it. It's still to this day is not like eligible for the For You page. And like, look at the TikTok. Look at the TikTok. It's very tame. I'll show it to you.
What I have witnessed and gone through this week has been a little bit wild. 5 million people have viewed this video since Monday. It is the conservative alt-right that is flipping out about this. No U-turn signs are homophobic now. Oh my God, the alphabet mafia.
What are they going to ask for now?
Can you explain, like, for people who may not know, like, what is like cruising?
The queer history in Silver Lake goes back to at least the 1950s. They knew that gay people were cruising in the area, passing by the same spot within a few hours. It's a euphemism for seeking out gay. And that's why a police presence developed surrounding the queer community here. You're afraid of being outed just by going to a queer establishment.
If queer people weren't being beaten for going to a public place and seeking that.
In 2011, the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council voted to try to get these no cruising signs removed. Be voted on unanimously by the council itself. Why don't we get rid of these signs, because they are relics of the past. Fast forward, here we are in 2024, and we still have these no U-turns between midnight and 6 a.m. signs. These were used to specifically target and profile queer people. So for me, it's about showing other queer people there are people like you out there, not only out there like you, but who are fighting on your behalf, who are actually taking a part in local government and who can make a difference locally. What I have...
Like, what is so bad about this TikTok? It pisses me the fuck off. It's still not. It only has 13 likes. It's a good-ass TikTok, really well edited. I said, fuck it. I'm not doing TikTok anymore. And then I continued to post to TikTok. But whatever. Whatever. Needs more slurs? Yeah, maybe. I'm not going to do that, though. Check it out. I wish someone like Taylor would cover how TikTok is now blatantly allowing slurs and neo-Nazis. It's insane. Yeah, I mean, I when I was like doing this, TikTok. I sent it to Taylor and I was like, hey, why I can't get this on the For You page? What the fuck? And she was just like, oh yeah, if you just like mention trans people or LGBT, like you're gonna be ineligible for the For You page. And I was like, man, fuck this website.
Skeptical about his attempts to grow Tesla as an AI company that also makes humanoid robots. Meanwhile, Tesla's core automotive business has struggled. Shipments from China have lagged, indicating a dip in demand. Tesla's inventory has piled up so high you can see lots crammed full of
Thank you for the follows.
Cars from space.
All of this has happened despite a slew of customer incentives. Recent posts from the official Tesla North American account on X offer either APR or $0 due at signing on all Tesla Model 3s, showing how desperate the company is to move product. Instead, the company went all in on a new product, the Cybertruck, and it's not great.
I love that the Yakuza TikTok got some traction. That was like the first TikTok I ever posted. Veffer edited it. Veffer just like edited it. Yeah, I got 47,000 views. And then I had my big TikTok pop off. But I don't know. I feel like I don't really understand what's going to be good on TikTok anymore. I really don't. I'm confused about TikTok's algorithm. Yeah. Baited with the cute girls, the thumb boat. Yeah. Of course. We start with this.
In Kansas City, and I came across this all-gender bathroom.
Okay, I am here in Kansas City in the gendered bathroom area. I'm gonna go inside and show you guys what it actually is, because the design is pretty cool.
Okay, so one thing I wanted to do with this video is I wanted to kind of show you how gendered bathrooms don't work for a lot of people, like cis people too. If you're a father and you have a young daughter, like where are you supposed to take them? So in this bathroom, you can see here, the stalls are from floor to ceiling and they're totally covered. It's a little separate room that you go in when you're taking out your junk. It's very easy. You can see, here's me looking cute on the toilet while I'm pooping. Then you got the hand washing section. There's a smaller one for people with wheelchair users. Accessibility benefits everyone. If you're actually upset about this, you have brain worms. This toilet is just better to use. Doesn't matter who you are, it's just fucking better.
Guys,
Yeah. I still troll her on the internet all the time. This woman sucks. Her name is Morgan. Morgan with 2 N's and an O. 2 O's and 2 N's. She is the worst. She sucks so bad.
So let's talk Cybertruck. As Tesla's overall growth slowed, the company poured...
No, it's like this. Morgan. That's how she spells her name.
Obscene amounts of money into their new Cybertruck. Its nonsensical design and unorthodox construction led to pronounced defects, and as Klee notes, they have essentially become
moron. Yeah, I mean basically
ultra expensive eyesores. There are web forums devoted exclusively to making fun of the trucks. The Cybertruck has been recalled 7 times over the past year, including 1 major recall just last week. And many previous Tesla defenders are beginning to associate its shoddy design with Musk's hubris and greed. As sales continue to dry up, Tesla is even offering free charging to customers who buy a version of the vehicle. The disaster of the Cybertruck could not have come at a worse time for Musk, which brings us to the recent landmark political infomercial. To mitigate some of these losses, President Trump recently transformed the South Lawn of the White House into a temporary Tesla showroom and personally selected a red Tesla Model S, praising the vehicle's design and performance. Trump announced plans to purchase the car, stating that it would remain at the White House for staff to use. The event drew criticism almost immediately from ethics experts. They argued that such overt promotion of a private company's product by a sitting president blurred the lines between public office and private interest.
It's all computer.
The electric car whose customers have...
It's a very smart car. I've sat in it once. A good friend of mine, Aiden Ross, he gifted me one. He said, Donald, get me unbanned on Twitch, Donald. I said, okay. All right, Aiden. I will talk to my friend Dan Clancy. He's a little bit of a hippie, but he loves me. He loves me. Not as much as he loves RFK, I'll tell you that. He loves RFK. Dan Clancy, RFK. Name a better pair. Name a better pair. So I called up Dan. I said, you have to unban Aiden. Dan. Unban the boy, Dan.
Left-leaning in the U.S. directly to the most polarizing Republican.
God, does he actually like RFK? There was a week or like a few day long scandal, not really a scandal, but I'll never forget it, where Dan Clancy, I think his wife donated to RFK in his name or something, and somebody found it on like the like, you know, FEC releases. And I just think it's funny. I do think it's funny. He donated to RFK's campaign. It fits. He is an RFK guy, dude, for sure. For sure, man.
Recent history. And Tesla has become even more associated with the president by his recent actions. Trump is trying to use—
Damn, Two Base, you could fix her. You can fix her, dude.
The power of the government to crack down on anti-Tesla protests and intimidate citizens into silence. Last week, Trump threatened people who vandalized Tesla cars with 20-year prison sentences in El Salvador's infamous mega prison. Attorney General Pam Bondi said that attacking Teslas was, quote, domestic terrorism. Elon Musk also publicly accused Tesla takedown organizers like Valerie Costa of criminal activities. How will the government and local police respond this weekend as demonstrators descend on over 500 showrooms nationwide to peacefully protest Musk and his actions with Doge? No one really knows. But what we do know is that the Tesla takedown movement is having an impact. It represents a significant blending of activism, politics, and corporate accountability. By targeting Tesla's market position, the movement underscores the potential of grassroots initiatives to hold influential figures accountable, especially when traditional political mechanisms have been rendered completely inadequate. And then there's the money. Shorters, who have always been a problem for Elon Musk, are making use of this moment, hoping to spur a margin call. The short-selling movement is being led by investors like JFK's influencer grandson, Jack Schlossberg, who has been openly encouraging people to short Tesla's stock. If the protests end up being even bigger than expected on Saturday, what does that mean for Tesla's stock on Monday? For Tesla, the movement and this moment could serve as a cautionary tale about—
Didn't Tesla go down like 8% today again? Oh, it was down a lot more, but it closed a little bit. It closed only 2% down. 6 months? Wait, it's literally up in the 6 month. Okay, it's down 30% year to date, though. It's down 30% year to date.
Corporate identity with polarizing political figures, especially when that figure is your CEO. The backlash threatens Tesla's market share and has undeniably tarnished its reputation as a company built on innovation and sustainability. Tesla's ability to navigate this crisis will depend on its responsiveness to shareholder concern and its capacity to realign with the values that initially garnered it public support. What does this mean? How far will it go? We're about to find out. To stay in the loop on this story and others as they unfold, subscribe to my tech and online culture newsletter, User
Chat,
Mag,
go
usermag.co,
subscribe to Taylor.
or click the link below.
Boom, there it is. These are all of Taylor's links. Go follow, subscribe, get the email noties. Go do all that. Shit, dude. I really wanted to. Everybody's been recommending this Zapatista video, but it's 42 minutes long, and I think it's too late. Let's watch this later this week. We'll watch this on Rumble. We'll watch it on Rumble next time I stream. If you weren't here earlier, I'm gonna do a week of streaming, dual streaming on Twitch and Rumble. Yep. We're dual streaming on Rumble. That's right. That's right. For real, yes. So we can tune in on one spot. Yeah, I'll still be here. For you guys, it'll be no different. What the hell is Rumble? Rumble is the freedom of speech app, dude. It's the freedom of speech app. Yo, Anonymous. Wait, what was that? Oh, Proletarian Possum. Thank you for the sub.
Proletarian Possum just subscribed.
Dude, I might have to go troll the Rumble chatters. We'll see. Do you think I'll get a Rumble chatter? I don't know. I don't know how that channel or how that works. Like, I think we're going to learn a lot. Basically, I just want to make a YouTube video that's like I streamed on Rumble for a week. And like really well produced, you know, like talk to camera, do like get on my Ludwig grind. Get on my Ludwig grind, you know what I mean? That's going to be funny. That's what I think too. Unusual memes. And then after that, we have Ludwig travel videos. Let's do Ludwig travel videos.
Wait for it. Oh, big mama.
Do you want to see what my cat doing? You see what?
You start from the top rope.
I'm still begging you to set up your own cast site. That probably won't happen, but if you guys bully, no, don't do this. I'm sorry. I forget that I said bully, but I would really like to stream on Means TV. Like genuinely, I would love to double stream on Means TV. And they told me that they have the infrastructure to stream on Means TV, but I don't know if they actually do. I like sent them a DM on Twitter. And I don't know. They don't care. No Gamba? Yeah, we don't Gamba on Unusual Memes. Unusual Memes doesn't do propaganda. Daily Dose does propaganda. Okay, get them correct. Unusual Memes is great. Unusual Memes is the best. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can see that coming from a mile away. Do you see his pants coming down? Did you guys see the pants fall down? Imagine being stuck in that thing and now you're a fucking Da Vinci drawing, bro. You're full naked Da Vinci out here. Rawi, thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Don't king shame. I'm not. But I do get to laugh. Also, earlier today, I watched the new episode of Righteous Gemstones, and Becca and I were talking about how glad we are that show understands how hilarious penises are. That like just seeing a wiener is like very good comedy, and not enough shows actually show hog. It's true. Seeing somebody's penis most of the time is very funny. Except for when it's not. They're odd little things. Yes. Yes, they're funny. The Boys does, but not really. Sometimes not in a funny way. Sometimes The Boys is kind of gross with it. I don't like The Boys with their weird wiener stuff. The Boys makes me icky, kind of. I'm telling you, Righteous Gemstones, perfect. They do it great. I like The Boys. Yeah, I like it too. Honestly, I think the spin-off show was better than The latest season of the show. I didn't think the newest season is bad. I don't think this season is going to be good. Not gonna lie, yeah. I think it's kind of going down a path. I didn't see the animated, but Gen V, that's what it was. Yeah, that was good. Gen V is the one. I think where the boys went off, where they jumped the ship, was when they started introducing actual politics. Like it needs to be its own world. When they started referencing like our world's politics, I think that's where they were like they lost the plot. I think that they should have we don't need to do that. You know, having like an AOC stand-in, all of that stuff, like you can just have your own politics. You know what I mean? It just feels corny. It should be your own. You should have your own universe that the show takes place in, right? It's not just our universe with heroes. That's cheap and lame, you know? It's cheap and lame. Yeah, just make your own. That's what I like about Star Wars. Exactly. It's like I don't need AOC in Star Wars. You can be your own thing, you know? The creators also thought Elizabeth Warren is to the left of Stalin. They don't know politics. I remember they did mention Elizabeth Warren in an episode, and that's exactly like the fucking shit that I'm talking about. But I don't remember what did they say that in an interview or something, or what? Because that's hilarious.
Look what I just caught on camera. Yes, Tommy. Oh, no. You're doing fantastic.
Do you realize, for me as a first-time watcher, you may now forever remain as the naked Da Vinci wiener guy? Just letting you know. No, I'm counting on it. Listen to me, okay? Listen, you have gaming TV in your name. You need to understand this. This is the secret to building an audience on Twitch, is that you have to give just little nuggets all the time, and that's the moment that it'll stick in your head. And then next time you're on the website and you're scrolling through the follower section, you'll remember that little moment. And everybody's moment's different, right? But you'll have that little moment where you'll be like, "Oh, that was a good thing. If I click on it, maybe I'll get the good thing again." You know? I'm totally happy being the Da Vinci wiener guy. That was a fire joke, bro. That was a hot joke. Fucking giga Chad, dude. Yeah, Chevron interviewer guy. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. Dude, he kicked it. Wait, I thought he just walked through it. He fucking kicks it. Damn. Outside of Hassan's chat, my moment for you was quit your fucking job, pig. Mikey, you're mistaking me for my camera operator, Brad. Okay, during IRLs at protests, I have a camera operator I hire, and I'm producing the show from afar. That's Brad. That's not me.
Светом, вон она съебалась. В натуре, блядь, как на скейтборде.
Bro, what? Brad Hampton. Yes. Oh. You see, this is the difference. This is the difference between Daily Dose and Unusual Memes, by the way. Okay. The Unusual Memes, that's the second, like, jump a turnstile in like the last 30 seconds. Much better. W minor crimes. W people getting hurt, but never too badly. Never too badly. Always in a funny way getting hurt. You know? They got a good thing going on. They always have. Here.
Which planet?
You should sub. You should definitely sub.
China is on Earth.
That's cute. Oh.
My name is Dennis, and this is Trap Queen by Fetty Wap on the harmonica while skiing.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move.
that one was funny. I like that one.
You gotta stay on my seat. It's like a little mouse or something. Look at it.
No way. What? That's so cute. Wait. That one's funny as fuck. The gulp. Yeah. The gulp is so good. That's not how you eat those, man. No, that was a hard-boiled egg, yeah. Which are more dangerous, by the way. Did you know that? If you eat you're better off eating a normal egg, because at least you can crush the normal egg. You can choke on a hard-boiled egg. That's worse. No, it is. It's worse. Sucking it down whole, you mean? Why? Because if it gets stuck in your fucking windpipe, it's GG, man. It's GG. It can't break. That's why you don't go. Don't do that. Don't do the. Don't do that. Why are you sucking it down whole? Yeah, that's the thing you shouldn't do. Who eats whole eggs without chewing? That dog! You guys are acting like I made this conversation up. That we just watched a dog do this. God damn it. The only eggs I'm sucking down, I want somebody to suck the eggs out of my ovaries like boba. Classic. Yeah, we love Frogan. Wait, you can't see. What are they?
Fuck is this bullshit? My fucking... My fucking bathroom is made from Alibaba and fucking Play-Doh!
Seven is freedom of speech. Talk on the internet, you wouldn't say it to me on the street.
Pig and a blanket. A pig and a blanket.
Ó, aqui é a geleia, filho. Dá até pra derreter com...
Oh my god.
Dá pra derreter com... Ó. Ela não me viu aí. Vamos dar a volta aqui. Às vezes pode ser uma questão de ângulo, né?
Yo, what the fuck? This looks sick as hell. Wait, what the hell is this? What the fuck is that shit? Dude, they're like got a DJ, they got some brewskis. And what is this? Wait, this is fake. It's a projection. Yes. Lex up. Yes. It's like a VR room. These are like LED screens or projection or something. Damn, dude. Wait, this totally got me. This totally got me. You're so right. Holy, that's cool. Still really cool. Very cool. Yeah, I can't tell if it's screens or not. They're on a VR roller coaster. Wait, that's not VR though. That's cool.
Are you ever going to speak on the alleged video that leaked of you stealing a truckload of helium tanks?
I had nothing to do with the helium that was stolen.
I never understood. I didn't understand. I never understood. I couldn't understand. I couldn't believe. I didn't understand. I never understood. I couldn't understand.
Yo, why are we hating on this lady? We need more of this on the internet. We need more of this on the internet. Okay? Admitting ignorance is something that does not happen enough. More not understanders. Admit it. Admit it. You're just trying to learn, right? What do we mean? This is what we need.
I never understood. I couldn't believe it.
Get in!
I didn't order an Uber. Oh.
Kirk, you hungry? Yeah, I could totally use some salad.
Dude, I love raccoons.
Blah, 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 blah.
What the heck? This is the second one of these squishy guys. Why are they so squishy? Don't squish them. Why not? Why not? Okay, chat, quick in the chat. Should we continue the Ludwig travel series? 1 for Ludwig travel series, 2 for this video I found of North Korean theme parks. Okay, that's pretty resounding.
This is
That's pretty resounding.
Hero at Flamingo
Holy
Land,
shit.
UK. A flying type roller coaster.
Thank you, Decrepit. At least we got one Lud Bud in here. We got one Lud Bud.
From Italian manufacturer Zamperla. And this is the Inertia airplane car at Kaesong Youth Park in North Korea. The exact same ride in the world's most isolated country. North Korea has a history with amusement parks dating back to the 1970s. Built initially for Pyongyang.
Wait, hold on. I also had to show you that I have to point out the thumbnail. I don't know if you can see it. Get like really close to your monitor if you can't see it. But it says fun is mandatory on the thumbnail, which is really funny. Like, That's really funny. Sometimes it should be, motherfucker. That's a great, like, it makes me want to make an amusement park that's like communist focused and like fake, you know, like iron fist, like authoritarian, but it's like, you better have fun. You know?
Residents and
if you see somebody that looks like they're having a bad time, you like come and black bag them and then take them in and like give them cake or something, you know?
rare visitors from friendly nations. Today, they seem to exist mainly as a key piece of propaganda for the highly sanitized, choreographed tours of the country given to foreign tourists. Or do they? Because as with everything in such a secretive nation, trying to find out the truth about these parks is incredibly difficult. I want to take a look at the strange world of North Korean theme parks and amusement parks, uncover the history of the rides and attractions, from Cold War era rides left to rust, to new coasters showing up out of nowhere, and try and use them to gain a better understanding of the world's most infamous regime. North Korea's early park history consists mainly not of theme parks, but of amusement parks. The two things are very similar. A theme park is just an amusement park where attractions are based around a theme. They even share the same Wikipedia page. The idea of themes and theming only started showing itself in the country much later on in its history.
Hey Lila! Hey Lila, what are you doing? What are you counting for? There's only one number we allow in this chat, okay? There's only one number. That's right. Autistic Prado got it right.
But in order to get a better view of how these places evolved over time, we need to look at both sorts of parks. The very first park built in North Korea opened in 1977, a park named the Taesongsan Fun Fair. Built at the foot of Mount Taesongsan on the outskirts of the North Korean capital, Pyongyang, this park was built in an area containing multiple tourist attractions, including the National Zoo. The park, which still operates today, contains 16 attractions, most of which are simple flat rides, like a rocket ship ride.
Like, wait, why don't they allow people who are like going into North Korea on these like YouTuber trips or whatever? Why don't they let them go to the places like this? I actually like don't understand North Korea's like media and the things that they like put out into the world, because they seem to like always try to keep the local population as separate as possible from the journalists or the like, you know. Didn't Boy Boy go to the water park? Wait, I actually don't remember. Did Boy Boy go to a water park? Were they able to film it? Probably just paranoia, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like it's they're trying to avoid embarrassment from some unscheduled fun. I think they don't care. Yeah, I definitely think they don't care. I think that's very true. But like, I don't know. Being isolated kind of sucks.
A carousel, a chair swing, and bumper cars designed to look like cats. But the park also contains a...
I think like showing more of their culture and like, you know, educating the world would do good things for them. That's also what I mean. Is I think cultural output is, it's like a battleground that you are on, you know, like your cultural, I mean, not to get all Civ 7 in here, but like America's cultural dominance is like a huge part of its power worldwide. Huge.
A flume ride, and importantly, 2 roller coasters. The first ever coasters in the country. These coasters are named Kwansong Tancha and Kwansong Yolcha, names that translate rather simply into inertia minecart and inertia train, respectively. Both coasters were made by Meisho Amusement Machines, a Japanese amusement manufacturer responsible for most, but not all, of North Korea's coasters. Although, due to North Korea's long-standing poor relations with Japan, any signs at the coaster's place of origin were removed during
construction. That's what I also mean too, comrade, is that there's so much like like they're by doing that they're letting the West like kind of set the narrative about the country, which I don't think has been beneficial to them. But maybe I don't know. There's probably a lot that I don't understand. I never understood that. All right, start the TikTok.
The two coasters is Kwansong Tancha, a wild mouse coaster.
I never understand.
A very small and compact style of roller coaster, typically using single cars with only 1 or 2 seats.
This would be really scary.
Kwansong Tancha, 2 people can fit.
I think if it was just me and one other person on a roller coaster, would feel much more likely to die on that roller coaster. Something about being in a group makes me feel a lot safer. Is that weird?
In a car. The larger coaster, Kwansong Yolcha, is a sprawling steel coaster with a 6-car track.
Yeah, I agree, Lila. That's why I was like, that's why I was like, when Mike OK went to North Korea, when Mike OK went to North Korea, I was like, oh fuck, this is gonna be a cool, good video. But then like he didn't even interview. This guy's like whole thing is like having really unique and awesome experiences with local people wherever he goes. And he just like couldn't really talk to people there. And he was complaining about it too. Which I was like, that sucks.
36 riders. Actually, quite an impressive ride for North Korea in 1977. Not much else is really known about Taesong-san's early years, but it must have been at least a little successful. Because 5 years later, in 1982, the country would build a second park on the other side of Pyongyang, named Mangyongdae Fun Fair.
Yeah, we looked into that too, based. We watched a little bit of that guy's stuff too.
Park in the country, nearly 4 times the size.
When I Show Speed DPRK stream, dude, that'd be awesome. His China stuff has been so fucking cool. He's a fucking force of nature, man. That travel content is so good.
Of Taesong-san Fun Fair, this park sits close to the village of the same name, said by the North Korean government to be the birthplace of the country's founder, Kim Il-sung. This park is split into 2 sections, separated by a forested hill, with a cable car running through it connecting them. The area near the forest is also home to a monorail ride and a small zoo, which North Korean tour company Koryo Tours refers to as a secret zoo, containing mostly domesticated animals.
That's an interesting, comrade.
Dogs, cats, and guinea pigs, but also some birds, like this group of vultures. The park also contains its own water park, although also according to Koryo Tours, this is almost...
I guess a relevant question in this conversation too is like Chinese tourists probably are Chinese tourists allowed to go to North Korea? They are, right? They do business there, and like that's like most of their economic like trade. So when Chinese tourists go, like are they doing interviews with people, or like I guess I don't know. I watched that video, and from what I gather, he went during a very brief reopening for tourists amidst a lot of wariness over Trump. So I think they decided to keep it very limited. They point out a statement when Trump got elected that gave me at least some context. Are you talking about the TikToker? We watched the Mike OK videos on stream. I watched a travel vlog where the guide was so much more open with the people and were allowed to do so much more because they were like the Chinese tourists. That makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense.
Much like Taesong's...
Ooh, never thought to search Red Note for North Korea stuff. That could be interesting. That's a very interesting concept, yeah.
And before it, Mangyongdae contains its own selection of off-the-shelf flat rides, but on a larger scale. Rocket ships, a swing ride, and a Ferris wheel all make their appearances. But Mangyongdae also now features a double-decker carousel housed in a massive enclosure, a swinging pirate ship ride, and its own log flume ride, and of course, its own roller coasters. Now, 3 of them, still made by the same Japanese.
Yeah, I don't really care about English statements from the DPRK government. I'm more like interested in what like the people there are, you know, like this kind of shit, like where there's like this awesome theme park culture there. Like I want to know what that's like, and I'm wondering why we don't see more of this, you know.
and still with any signs of that removed. One of these is another wild mouse coaster, coincidentally also just named Kwansong Tancha. But more interestingly, Mangyeongdae Funfair's other two
double loop
are two looping coasters, a single loop and a double loop ride. And guess what those are called? If you guessed loop coaster and double loop coaster, you'd be right. Okay, so technically that's actually not their names. In fact, none of the rides in North Korea actually have names. The names I've been using so far are just the literal descriptions of the rides that appear on park maps. They do have signs above their entrances, but rather than displaying the name of the attraction, they instead hold propaganda slogans.
My guess was
like,
Booba.
Thank you, dear Father Marshall.
You should write them. Rawi, you should send them a letter to this address and recommend it, because that's actually genius, and I think it would increase their attendance by at least 2%.
Kim Jong-il, which is a bit of a mouthful, but hey, so is Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. Mangyeongdae's two coasters are still the largest the country has ever built. And for 1982...
What is gaming like in the DPRK? They have mobile phones, and they like go to, according to Western sources that I've read, they go to like an app store, because there's not like much like wireless connectivity or like internet. So they like they actually go to a physical store to download new apps, and they can get games on there. And some of the games even have some like connectivity, like an intranet kind of vibe. And they can chat on them and stuff like that too. We learned about that one night. We did learn about that one night. DPRK statement, media statement on the MAGA movement in America. What does North Korea think about US MAGA? The American First Principle is in essence a continuation and expanded version of the hegemonic pursuance sought by the successive US administrations. God, they write like American, they write like the ACP. Oh God. They actually still write like that. I mean, this is translated by somebody who's like that too, so. This is the series I watched with Chinese tourists, and does it have subtitles? Or do you just oh, it does. Okay, wait, that's a good find. I'll check that out. But now we're back with Booba loops, okay?
Many theme parks in Europe. The double looping coaster in particular reminds me a lot of mirror looping, the coaster from the French theme park Mirapolis that I covered on this channel back in November. Lastly, of interest, Mangyeongdae
I feel it,
some of that famous North Korean anti-American sentiment, with a handful of fairground games, mostly throwing games and shooting galleries, where guests are invited.
I think a lot of that just comes from like the lack of, like, they're so closed off. We don't know. We don't have the like media coming out of there. We don't have eyes inside of it to know anything. Like
targets of American soldiers, painted alongside slogans like "Destroy the Invaders." In this time of relative boom for the North.
Oh yeah, that was a weird. It's USA, but definitely pretty anti-Semitic.
Like "Destroy the Invaders." In this time of relative boom for the North Korean theme parks.
By the way, here you can see my dog. But no, more importantly, I was actually going to show you. Oh shit. These are some posters I got from Vietnam. Let me see if I can get them to go away. It's still freaking focusing on me. But this one right here. This is like a woman carrying a baby and punching a missile with Nixon's face on it. Here, I'll leave the frame so you can see. And then the one up top here, you can't really see it all, but it's like a bunch of fists coming up in a cool design. It's like people all over the world unite. They're all different color fists. Multi-ethnic struggle. And then same back here with this one. You can see it's that like same theming of like different colored fists all lifting the hammer and sickle, like multiracial unity. It's dope.
History. The next park would arrive in Pyongyang just 2 years later in 1984. Kaesong Youth Park opened in a more central location.
Yeah, the NBA was doing DEI, exactly.
Massive Arch of Triumph, built as part of the Arch's dedication. A much smaller location than Mangyeongdae, squeezed between two hills. In its early years, this park contained a large decorative fountain at the entrance, a Ferris wheel, a carousel, and another wild mouse coaster from the same manufacturer. Seriously, North Korea can't get enough of these things. Kaesong Youth Park was the last park to be built in the 20th century. Towards the end of the 80s, the Soviet Union's support of North Korea would begin to falter. From 1985, the USSR reduced the amount of aid it gave to North Korea, as Mikhail Gorbachev's government sought to repair its relationship with the capitalist world. And North Korea's economy sank deeper into a crisis that had been stewing since the 1970s. In 1989, a member of the government of East Germany misspoke in a press conference, and within a few hours, the Berlin Wall that had separated East and West Berlin for 28 years fell, and the Iron Curtain was gradually lifted across Europe. And in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed completely, and North Korea suddenly found itself the most isolated it had ever been. In 1994, North Korea's founder and supreme leader, Kim Il-sung, died and was succeeded by his son, Kim
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know about that misspeaking incident either. I don't know what he was referencing.
Jong-il. And immediately following, the situation for the country worsened as it plunged into serious famine, the extent of which has never fully been known. The amusement parks of the 70s and 80s were the least of the country's concerns, and so they were left to deteriorate. No new rides were built, and maintenance on existing ones appeared to be extremely limited. In the 2000s, as the country began allowing more foreign visitors from the Western world inside its borders, these parks found themselves as stops on guided tours of the restricted nation, and photos of trips there began surfacing on the internet, highlighting their decay. The roller coasters of the late Cold War now appeared rickety and super sketchy. Some visitors commented on how the over-the-shoulder restraints in certain cars didn't feel like they locked properly. In Mangyeongdae Fun Fair, propaganda blared over the park's loudspeakers as employees carried out the futile task of sweeping desolate plazas with wooden broomsticks. And behind them,
this guy never, what, you never been to Disney? Yeah, right. You never been to Disney? Like,
the double-decker carriage.
It's propaganda because it's being played on a loudspeaker in the country of North Korea.
Carousel loomed, now shrouded in rust. In 2007, Kwansong Yolcha was damaged during flooding and was left out of operation in the park. This
is basically Ohio.
Far from the carefully crafted image North Korea wanted to show the world. And so, after 2 decades of what was essentially a state of operating abandonment, signs started emerging that the government
everything is propaganda.
Was renovating these parks. The first of these was in 2010, when Kaesong Youth Park received a major renovation prior to a visit from then-leader Kim Jong-il, and the Ferris wheel and coaster were demolished, making this North Korea's only defunct roller coaster. In their place, the park was updated with new modern attractions, 10 of them, all shipped in from Italian manufacturer Zamperla, including a swinging pirate ship ride, a disco, the name for these giant spinning discs that rock back and forth, a massive drop tower, and a swinging pendulum ride, which specifically I think is this model named the Zamperla Discovery. And the park also gained a Zamperla roller coaster, a compact flying coaster that could do barrel rolls.
Whoa.
Once again, not given a name other than the literally translated inertia.
Whoa, this coaster looks sick.
That I mentioned at the start of this video. The same model as Flamingo Land's Hero. And not just the
Whoa,
same
I've never ridden a coaster like that where you have to fully lay down. I've never done that.
But the exact same thing.
Looks
layout
sick.
and everything. Also the same as Time Warp, formerly Tomb Raider the Ride at Canada's Wonderland. So if you ever find yourself feeling disappointed that you may never get to go on a North Korean roller coaster, you may have actually already been on them. In 2011, North Korea would gain its third leader, as Kim Jong-il died and was succeeded by his son, Kim Jong-un. For many years, it was thought that Kim Jong-il's successor would have been his older son, Kim Jong-nam. But in 2001, he was caught trying to use a fake passport to visit Tokyo Disneyland, and was subsequently exiled. Perhaps he was trying to get new ideas for Mangyongdae Fun Fair, but I guess we'll never know. In his early years as leader...
Exiled for going to Disneyland, bro. That's rough. That's rough, dude. I hope it was worth it.
Sought to depict himself as a youthful, friendly leader capable of modernizing the country while still holding true to its communist roots. And so, as part of this propaganda effort...
Isn't exile like the best that could happen to you, for real? No, not if you got family and shit. You're trying to build a life in this place, and now you're stranded. That would be ass.
Bring with it several projects aimed at showcasing the country's commitment to leisure, which would, of course, include the world of amusement parks. In 2012, a Western visitor to the Revolutionary Martyrs Cemetery at Mount Taesong-san took a very strange photo that appeared to show somewhere around 100 people climbing the tracks of the damaged Kwansong Yeol.
What?
Potentially involved in some really hacky form of repair or maintenance work. As that year, the coaster received a new coat of paint and started operating once again after 5 years of downtime.
That's so many people.
State media reported that Kim Jong-un had visited Mangyongdae Fun Fair and had heavily criticized its dilapidated state, leading to a rapid refurbishment, mainly simple repainting and repairs. This was actually an incredibly rare admission for the tightly controlled North Korean media to make, as they say he apparently walked around the park pointing out all of its flaws and calling it pathetic. In the modern era, Kaesong Youth Park is said to only operate in the evenings, between the hours of 7 PM and midnight. If you find videos or photos of the park online, you'll typically see it at this time, crowded with locals and shrouded in electric lights. This, to me, is an interesting decision because of North Korea's well-known energy crisis. The extent of the energy crisis, much like most things in the country, is unknown. But simply looking at satellite images of it and South Korea, it's obvious that the country is struggling for electricity. Allegedly, North Korea still deals with frequent blackouts, and it has been reported that citizens of Pyongyang are often restricted to only 2 to 3 hours of electricity.
Oh, I don't think I saw that.
So the decision to operate Kaesong Youth Park exclusively at night, or at least
Herzog doc about volcanoes,
time, does seem to be
it's right down my alley.
North Korea's propaganda campaign to hide their energy.
Chat, by the way, I haven't mentioned this yet, but this Saturday, wait, is it this Saturday? April 5th? Fuck, hold on. I'm really nailing it. Yeah, I'm nailing it. I just had to confirm. This Saturday, April 5th, we are going to be doing another Films for Gaza on the stream. So obviously I'm not in LA, but there will be an online LA event. So if you're an LA chatter and you want to go in person and support a good fundraiser that I'm involved with, go in person and watch the movies. But we're going to stream them on stream here, and you know, I'll donate everything we make or any subs or anything from that night to the fundraiser as well. And we have really, really, really special films that we will be watching. Let me pull up the party folder. Here's the link if you're in LA and you want to get tickets. Bam. But we're watching 2 films. So one of them is a short and one of them is a feature-length film. We'll be doing this on Saturday night. So the first one is called R21, Real 21, aka Restoring Solidarity. This film is wild and crazy, and I'm so excited to watch it. So it is 20 16mm films that were given to the Japanese solidarity movement with Palestine and kept in Tokyo for like decades. And I think this film just released like last year or 2 years ago, as it was like found by this new Japanese activist who has completed the film and like brought it out. So that's going to be our feature-length film, is 21 reels of this hidden footage from like, I think it's the footage is from like the 60s or the 70s in Palestine. Yeah. And then the second movie is called Abu Farid's War. And it is a documentary about an archaeologist in Syria who's working to preserve artwork and mosaics in Idlib, Syria, during the civil war there. So come back on Saturday night. It's going to be a banger stream. You won't want to miss it. I haven't plugged it until just now. So don't tell me I didn't warn you.
Troubles. In any case, beyond just renovating existing parks, the early 2010s also saw the first new park since the 80s being opened in the country. In 2012, Pyongyang opened Rungra People's Pleasure Ground in a ceremony attended by Kim Jong-un himself, flanked by, as always, crowds of admirers, or maybe just really hardcore theme park fans. Located only 1 kilometer from Kaesong Youth Park, this park is located on Rungra Island, a small island in the middle of the Taedong River that runs through the capital. An island which also contains the gigantic 1st of May Stadium, the former largest stadium in the world. A fact that, unlike most things in North Korea, is actually true. Rungra People's Pleasure Ground was built before Kaesong's renovations, the first in this new era of North Korean parks. Also,
early that Monday,
exclusively manufactured.
We're talking about Saturday night, Mikey.
By Zamperla. Swinging chairs, bumper cars. Hello again, Kwansong Tancha, nice to see you. Actually, the Wild Mouse coaster is slightly different from the ones before it, now being about 30 years.
These coasters suck. I'm gonna say it, dude. These kind of coasters where it's like a circle and you're like, there's one at Worlds of Fun in Kansas City where you like spin. Those suck. Bad roller coasters.
Modern spinning version with the
No, it's on the 5th, April 5th, Saturday.
These wider 4-person cars, similar to the former Primeval Whirl at Disney's Animal Kingdom. This ride seems to be the exact same model as Galaxy Spin at Fun Spot America and Sidewinder Safari at Six Flags Discovery Kingdom. Rungra is home to a hedge maze, and the park also contains a video arcade with a variety of machines.
I like hedge mazes.
Sega games, and some more modern. The construction on Rungra Island in 2012 was part of a broader project to build a whole recreation area next to the stadium. And so, next to the park, an indoor dolphinarium was built, where visitors can watch a dolphin show. There's also a small water park, with a diving pool, a main pool, and a handful of tube-based slides. This water park is clearly operated seasonally, as satellite images from the winter months show the pools completely drained. But unlike the one at Mangyongdae Fun Fair, in the summer it does appear to be operational. Water parks seem to have been the new interest of Kim Jong-un around this time, as the following year the country opened its most expansive water park to date, the Munsu Water Park. Located across the bridge from Rungra People's Pleasure Ground, Munsu Water Park took the place of the older Munsu Fun Fair.
People's Pleasure Ground
park opened the same year as Kaesong Youth Park. Munsu Fun Fair was
Also, did you see this by AJ. Israeli filmmakers search for stolen Palestinian films in Israel's archive. I haven't seen this. This is just released. Wait, this looks really interesting too. Cool. Yeah, this is really cool. She hears it from a range of contrasting views from Palestinians who describe a well-developed film industry in the 30s to dismissive Israeli historians who say Palestinian cinema never existed at all. Oh, Ricky, we'll probably do like 6:30 Pacific, like 8:30 Central. Wait, I'm so fascinated by this like bustling film industry of the 30s in Palestine. I really want to hear more about that. Maybe we'll watch this on Saturday too. Maybe we'll just keep it going.
It was much simpler than the other.
Also, so I didn't properly introduce the event. So the Films for Gaza event is a benefit fundraiser for the Palestine Film Festival happening in Scotland, in Glasgow, I think. But it's a really cool film festival. They bring in a bunch of like Palestinian films or films about Palestine, and they really pride themselves on flying the filmmakers and the Palestinian filmmakers who make this films into the festival to celebrate their work. So VO drugs soon. Sorry, I'm addicted. Carry on. Maybe later. Maybe. It's pretty late for me already, though. Now I'm hooked. If you leave this on a cliffhanger, can you please give me a link? Okay, we're gonna watch it.
Of the era, containing only simple flat rides and a few water slides, and not much is known about it. But
you and your numbers, do you mean time?
Entirely demolished.
Me looking at the clock, those are the numbers that matter.
Munsu Water Park
I was up way too late last night.
Indoor and outdoor section, and is probably one of the most interesting parks, as it's the first example of the country moving away from the
those numbers, yeah,
amusement parks towards a more modern design. The outdoor section takes its design from many of the modern Wet n Wild style parks that had been emerging since the 1980s in the rest of the world, featuring
hell yeah, jackfruit
pool and a lazy river.
Yeah, you should look it up.
Dotted around are multiple other plunge pools containing numerous body and tube slides, including a few with a plug hole design. There are multiple tool racing slides, as well as a few kids areas, and a more traditional laned pool and a platform diving area. But what piqued my interest with this place is that the wave pool has the first signs in the country of theming. It's not much theming, but the pool is shrouded in large rock spires. And behind them,
theming is important.
In the park's indoor section,
theming is really important. It is. The line is more important than the ride itself. Okay? It is.
And there are another collection of slides, pools, a second smaller wave machine, and a jacuzzi, housed under 3 large glass pyramids. This is undoubtedly the most modern looking leisure place in North Korea. It's also one of the places that might look the most familiar, as it was a location that several YouTube vloggers were taken to several years ago. The last of the major parks in Pyongyang that I want to talk about actually opened the year before Munsu Water Park. But
what channel is this from?
Because it's
George Browning,
the most interesting. As well as the park,
it's over exaggerating. It's very interesting, not the most robust on telling us full stories from Palestinian archives. More so how Israel keeps trying to hide and erase the Palestinians. Also by hiding and destroying the Palestinian archives, the PLO. You see how they talk to her when she asked them, and also she confronts Israel propagandists with what she could find. Overall, I recommend it. I try to give a review without giving away spoilers. Thank you, Rawi.
In Rungra, 2012 brought the opening of the Pyongyang Folklore Park, the closest thing North Korea had come to a true
decrepit.
The theme? Well, North Korea, of course. Pyongyang Folklore Park was built just a kilometer from the oldest park, Taesongsan Fun Fair, and didn't contain any rides, but was instead a model village. Visitors could tour miniature recreations of famous landmarks from the
Oh hell yeah, Dustin! I bet
the Arch of
No, I bet you're totally right. I'm sure it's like actually gorgeous land.
Triumph.
Honestly, like China, northern Vietnam, some of like the most incredible landscapes I've ever seen in my life. This shit goes insane.
The Juche Tower, the Cholula statue, and the Ryugyong Hotel, the massive skyscraper that began construction
Nepal,
in the 1980s and was famously never finished. It's unclear if this miniature version was finished either. Honestly, I think this park was actually really cool. And not just in a weird, decaying Soviet architecture kind of cool, but an actually interesting looking place. It reminds me a lot of the photos I've seen of the old model village that used to exist in Thorpe Park in the UK. Next to the miniature area was a more standard folk village. A common tourist attraction in both North and South Korea, a mock-up of a traditional Korean village where employees perform for guests and teach them about Korean culture. So what's the catch? Well, you may have noticed that unlike the other parks, I've been referring to Pyongyang Folklore Park in the past tense. That's because this place is the only defunct park in North Korea, and it has a pretty sinister story behind its closure. Construction at the park was managed by Kim Jong-un's uncle, Jang Sung-thaek, who was alleged to have been the de facto leader of the country during Kim Jong-il's final years. In 2013, reports emerged that he had been executed on the orders of Kim Jong-un after he'd been accused of treason and largely undermining Kim Jong-un's authority. After that, his image was removed from any public-facing places, and the government attempted to scrub any mentions of his existence. Pyongyang Folklore Park was one of the victims of this purge, and sometime in 2016, just 3 years after its opening, it was demolished, leaving only the pathways behind as evidence of its existence. Those are all the main parks of North Korea, but there are a few other places, this time actually outside of Pyongyang, that I think deserve a mention because they do a good job of demonstrating the differences between the capital and the rest of the country. North Korea's second city is Hamhung, on the east coast. Foreign tourism in Hamhung is far more rare than it is in Pyongyang, but the Koryo Tours website does house a brief description of the area, along with photos from some of the infrequent trips. And Hamhung doesn't contain any roller coasters, but it does house the Hamhung Youth Park. And while I couldn't find any photographs of the rides there, satellite imagery seems to show that it does have the same Cold War era flat rides that are so common in Pyongyang. Similarly, in the city of Chongjin, there appear to be just 2 flat rides sitting in a park. It's unclear if any of these have ever operated. A small water park exists in the northeastern town.
Yeah, I think it's part of that too, base. I also think like people just have like a genuine reverence for, you know, for that family. They view them as like, you know, war heroes who kept them independent and won a war against an impossible you know, they won an impossible to win war. I think there's genuinely like a little bit of that.
Town of Rason, a port town that sits inside the Rason Special Economic Zone, an area where certain types of foreign trade not allowed in the rest of the country are permitted, mainly trade from Russia and China. And the East Coast.
Well, the same goes for Xi's family and Mao himself, and that didn't devolve into monarchy. True.
Is also home to the Songdo-won International Children's Camp, a summer camp that was renovated.
Yeah, also, we can't be talking as we're about to have a third Trump term, as he's talking about already, and then after that it's going to be Don Jr., and then after that it's Bannon. Like, they're already fucking doing it.
2014 to add its own water park, a place that invites children from around the world to visit and spend the summer in the spirit of international friendship. Children mostly from friendly nations to North Korea, like Tanzania, Vietnam, and a large number from neighboring Russia. Lastly, in the northwest,
I never met anybody in Vietnam that went to
amusement park
North Korea.
in the town of Sinuiju. Sinuiju sits right on the river that marks the international border between North Korea and China, and faces the much larger Chinese city of Dandong. Dandong has become a popular tourist attraction for Chinese citizens who wish to get a glimpse at the isolated country. And so, in what to me is clearly for show, the amusement park sits on the riverbank on the North Korean side, facing into China, with a Ferris wheel and more water slides visible. Although, as is pointed out by many visitors to Dandong, the Ferris wheel has never moved. There's rarely, if ever, any signs of people actually visiting the unknown amusement park, and the whole place, alongside the giant apartment block that was built right next to it, looks completely abandoned. When I first set out to make this video, one thing I imagined I'd be saying when I analysed these places is that these parks are very clearly just tools of the famous North Korean propaganda machine. Places that are only open when foreigners are around to sell this false image of the country.
I was thinking we watched somebody... Was it Drew Binsky? I can't remember the YouTuber. Yeah. Oh, it was Mike OK. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Mike OK. But he actually went into North Korea, so...
Locations of any source of amusement rides in North Korea are in places that are visible to foreigners. And there are multiple accounts from foreigners on visits to places like Mangyongdae Fun Fair who talk about spotting busloads of locals being herded into the park just ahead of them in an apparent attempt to make the place look busy. But in the research that I've now done, I believe that some of these places are used legitimately by North Korean citizens. This is a satellite image of Taesongsan Fun Fair in 2023, and this is another one of Kaesong Youth Park in 2024. In both of these images, we can see people inside the parks, and that's important because these images were taken at a time when foreign tourists were not allowed into the country. So these must be locals visiting the place for real. The Taesongsan image in particular is really interesting.
I don't know why that's so shocking.
A much better idea of the crowd management in the park. By which I mean, there is none. It's overly simplistic to...
Bro, what do you mean they're in queues? They're in lines. It's not the line you would typically see, but yeah.
Management in the park. By which I mean, there is none. It's overly simplistic to just dismiss North Korean amusement parks as fake. What they tell you about the country is far more complicated. One thing that's very noticeable to me is just how close together they all are. There are of course those smaller parks outside of the capital, but every single significant one is situated within about 10 kilometers of one another, all within the bounds of Pyongyang. Of course, this isn't all that confusing when you understand the structure of North Korean society. It's generally accepted that North Korea's capital is home only to the most privileged in the country. It's here where all of North Korea's wealth is concentrated, and that can be seen through everything. Residents have access to better roads, better schools, better housing, and yes, better amusement parks. Now, you can argue that this is true for many other countries as well. Lots of places have problems with wealth concentration, but unlike those other countries...
Yeah, I mean, if you're comparing Worlds of Fun in Kansas City to, like anywhere in LA or even, I mean, I guess that's not a very good comparison because doesn't Ohio strangely have like some fucking insanely good ones? What's the one in Ohio? There's like a bunch of really good amusement parks in Ohio, right? Cedar Point. That's the one I'm thinking of. They have like Cedar Point's like the best. I've heard that's like the best one. They have like the best coasters in the United States. I don't know if that's still accurate or not, but
countries, North Korean citizens can't just move to Pyongyang for better opportunities. You have to have permission to do so. Permission that
I like Worlds of Fun.
Extreme loyalty.
I like the Kansas City amusement park a lot. I think it's fun as hell. The Mamba is actually a very fucking good roller coaster. No loops, but it's still a very, very fun, very good roller coaster. You go super fucking fast.
To the ruling party and the Kim regime. 25% of North Korea's population are estimated to be official party members. But in Pyongyang, this number is 99%. Residents of other cities also can't freely visit Pyongyang either, as freedom of movement within the country is severely restricted. And in this way, in a country where an estimated 60% of its citizens live in poverty, North Korea's amusement parks are not for normal people, but for the country's political elite. A lot of these places...
Casey also had the world's largest water slide. Yeah, hold on. We can give that to Kansas and they can keep it. Oh, fuck. For Scott, are you Kansas? I can't remember. We don't talk about that. Yeah, exactly. Schlitterbahn, the disaster of Schlitterbahn. I've watched many YouTube documentaries about that place. It's wild. Wild. Also a massive, like, just like deregulation in this country has gone way too fucking far. Yes, dude, it's insane. Okay, so Schlitterbahn was this massive water park that these guys tried to build in Kansas City, Kansas. And they like literally were just like, yeah, I'll hire my cousin who is now like a park designer. Did he have any engineering experience or any relevant experience to do this? Like, no. And so he was like, okay, I'll design the world's largest water slide. And they tested it over and over again, and they kept getting the same like problems. They kept getting the same problems and all the tests, like, and then they were like, okay, well, we fixed it. We fixed it. And then they opened it. It ran, like, it was open for a few months. And then somebody went down and the floater was like not balanced right or something. And it hit a bump and flew up and hit the top. There's like a net on the top. And it fucking killed a kid, like 13 years old, 14 years old, some shit like that. Horrifying. And the park is done now. It's like closed, never recovered from that.
Were built during that late 70s, early 80s era, when North Korea was still being propped up by the Soviet Union. And so that Soviet style of amusement park was carried over. But after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the decades of economic turmoil for North Korea, these parks are still sitting in the country just as they were when they were built. Just as so much of the country's infrastructure in general is trapped in the past. And when the renovations and new parks were eventually built in 2012, well, again, these exclusively happened to the ones in the capital, and one location specifically designed with foreigners in mind. Not anywhere where the regular North Korean will be able to take advantage of.
I just learned about that from Film Cooper like last week. Yeah, I mean, I remember when it happened because when Schlitterbahn opened, they did like a fuckload of press about it. And so we were all really stoked to go. It was like the world's highest water slide. You know what I mean? Like, it was a dangerous water slide. That's how it was like advertised. And then a few months into it being open, we heard that story and we're like, oh, well, never gonna try that, I guess.
About these parks and about North Korea in general is just how difficult it is to find any reliable information on what they're actually like. Information about anything in the country is heavily restricted and poisoned by government propaganda. But also outside of the country, it's often swamped by a mess of sensationalist articles and made-up stories. It would be way too easy to make a video needlessly dunking on North Korea. Trying to get as close as possible to the truth is far more interesting. But the core of it is, truth is not really a thing that exists when you're talking about North Korea. Finding out what's really going on in such a secretive nation is a nearly impossible task. And that secrecy extends to everything, including their amusement parks. What are your thoughts on North Korean amusement parks? And what do you think they say about the country as a whole? I hope you don't mind the more serious tone this video took towards the end. North Korea is such a deeply complex...
Boy is up. The boy is up. What's he gonna do? Get another itch? Oh, me. Oh. Hey, buddy. He's up now.
If you're not already, please consider subscribing, as more videos about the world of theme parks are coming in the future, and as always, I'll see you next time.
Oh, hell yeah. Make sure he doesn't poop in your studio. My dog, believe it or not, my dog is house trained. So you don't need to worry about that. Okay, chat, thank you for another incredible stream. I appreciate you all so much. It was a great time. I always have so much fun doing this. Okay, it's been a few days since I've done this, a few streams. I apologize, I forgot. I just went offline because I wanted to go offline. But I want to recommit to it. So, as we do at the end of every stream, we're gonna do a little community building activity. This is the time for you guys, okay? So we're gonna start. Give me a feeling word. How are you feeling? Just a word. What are you feeling? What are you feeling? Ouchie, eepy, anxious, noise. Let's go. Stuffy, ouch. Migraine, I'm sorry, Jack. Overwhelmed, stressed, cooked, stressed, drunk. Oh, hell yeah, Scott. Stressed, high, pride. Feel you all. Gay, W. Feel you. You are all seen. We feel you. I'm sorry for everybody who's stressed and overworked and this shit sucks. I feel you all. But it's okay. It'll get better. We will have better days. I promise you that. Okay, next thing. Keep it to a word. Keep it short. But tell me something you appreciate. What do you appreciate right now? Feeling trans. W. Life. Books. Community. Me too. I appreciate community as well. Yoga. Vinland Saga. Dude, I couldn't get through season 2. Karl Marx. W. You? Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Gaming. Men. Okay. W. My trans homies. Same. Celticness. True. We love Celtic. We love Celtic. Sakura Gore, Little Bear. Oh, thank you. That's a good company. Dogs, me too. X the everything app, bro. No. Okay, last one is something causing tension. And I want this to be a moment you guys can release tension. If you have any, anything that's not sitting right in your stomach, or you're just got something that's causing tension. We're not gonna solve it here tonight, but it's maybe a space we can air it out if you need to. Air it out. Landlord is a fuck. True. I got a song for that. I can't remember it though. Unemployment. Keep at it, you guys. Keep at it. My aunt was hospitalized? Oh no, a lot of glots. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope everything turns out well. Also men. True. Family arguments, that's hard. Dad's doing surgery. I'm sorry, Scott. I'm sorry. You? What did I do? What did I do? Just kidding. You can actually tell me if if you have tension with me. I mean, fuck you. Damn, dude. What the fuck? That's fine. If you got it, get it off. This is the space. That's what it's for. You got beef, fucking air it out. But anyway, chat, if today was hard, tomorrow will be better, okay? I believe in you all. You're all beautiful people, and I really appreciate you, and I appreciate the space that we have on the internet, and I hope it lasts forever. I really do. So, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being a part of this. I would have never, if you told me 2 years ago that this is where I would be right now, I would never have been able to guess it, so thank you. It's really, really cool. It's been like the coolest job I've ever had. And I've had really fucking cool jobs, okay? I've done some very cool jobs, and I like this one the best. So, we're going to raid a trans girl. Duh. Duh. Look at this trans girl. Be invisible. You're going to go show so much love and support and go hang out and maybe drop some stacks. Drop some fat stacks over with Jaina, because Jaina rules. So if you don't follow Jaina, please go follow Jaina. It would really mean a lot to me. Jaina is a cornerstone of the community. For as long as I've been knowing streamers, I've known Jaina and freaking love Jaina so much. So please go show some support and love over there. We'll be back soon. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I haven't decided. So